Now, My40 Sports presents Bojangles Friday Night Rivals. The Greenville Red Raiders versus the Dorman Cavaliers.
Football finally back in the Carolinas. With that, we welcome you to Bojangles Friday Night Rivals. A pleasure to get going in the Palmetto State. It's the Dorman Cavaliers. Always a joy to be here as they welcome in the Greenville High Red Raiders. With that, we welcome you to our broadcast. We thank you, as always, for spending a portion of your Friday evening with us here on Bojangles Friday Night Rivals, alongside my longtime broadcast partner, Tom Van Hoy, Jason Patterson. And Tom, that's story number one. Football finally back here in the upstate.
I mean, it seems like it's been a long time, and these two teams getting after it here tonight, and they have a lot to prove this year.
Well, you take this Greenville team and this Dorman
here
squad
tonight, and they have a lot to prove this year.
Well, you take this Greenville team and this Dorman squad, one thing they have in common, familiar faces, familiar names in terms of family-wise in this state, but under new leadership to some degree.
Yeah, when you talk about the Greenville Drive, the opportunity for Jabo Shaw to have his first year there, what a great job that Greg Porter did. They've won 10 games in 3 consecutive years. They've been to upper finals championships. They've been that close to getting to a state championship game.
Again, a name that's familiar that we'll get into. And you know by now, Coach Morris in his second season, a continuation of the historic Dave Gushaw era in many ways here at Dorman. Tom, this a battle, though, when it comes right down to it, for an early season impact. What do you see it coming down to in this one?
Well, I'll tell you, this is a really tough opener for both of these teams. As a Dorman team that last year went 3-8, a team that has only had 3 losing seasons since 1993. They want to get back on the right track. They need to get off to a good start early. They need to execute their game plan.
At the end of the day, this is Dorman, though. You know what the expectations here. You know what this environment will be like tonight. Give me a sense of the sense of energy around this Dorman program right now.
Well, I think with Coach Morris in his second year, you got to get your feet wet. It was difficult. He played here. He knows what it's all about, the environment here. I think in year 2, new offensive coordinator, I think there's a lot of enthusiasm around the program for this coming season.
Coach Shaw brings plenty of family history and plenty of success across the state line from Georgia. What do you expect to see from this Greenville
It's going to
team?
be really interesting. He had a couple of stops in Georgia, and one of them wide open. Another one, he fit the personnel and ran the football. I'm really interested to see. I think he wants to be up-tempo on both sides of the football, and very interested to see how it plays out here tonight.
Well, what better way to get started than Greenville County against Spartanburg County? It is the Red Raiders and the Cavaliers. For a little more on tonight's matchup, let's check in with the third member of our broadcast team. Here's Nelson.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Jason. And for those of you all tuning in at home, welcome to week 1 of yet another exciting season of Friday Night Rivals. I'm Nelson Weston. Well, folks, at this time, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you to all of our sponsors, both new and returning. Thank you to all the star players out there. Thank you to all the coaches and all of these schools that are going to host us this season. And most importantly of all, thank you to each and every one of our high-powered fan bases. We truly couldn't do this without you guys. Well, folks, what better way to start a brand new season than to have the matchup we're going to have here this evening? That would be the Greenville Red Raiders versus the Dorman High Cavaliers. Now, the Cavaliers, who are the home team here this evening, for those who know upstate football history, they know the Cavaliers have racked up championships in decades past. They racked up a state championship in the year 2000. They racked up yet another one in 2009. Under the leadership of second-year head coach Jake Morse, who, by the way, happened to be on that star-studded 2009 championship team, he is angling to put his team in the best position possible to reach yet another coveted championship ring. However, on the other side of the ball, he's going up against a juggernaut of a team. I'm talking about the Greenville High Red Raiders. For those who know Red Raiders football history, they know this team is comprised of preseason all-region honors players. They're also armed with a coaching staff that collectively has decades of coaching experience under their belt. So bottom line, this is going to be an astonishing and exciting matchup. You don't want to miss it. Kickoff will be at 7:30 p.m., folks. So by my calculations, you have just enough time to pack up the kids, pack up the car, and come on down to the football field. Folks, football season is back. Friday Night Rivals is well underway. Tom, Jason, back to you guys.
Thanks, Nelson. So much more to come on the Bojangles pregame show. You will meet dignitaries from Dorman and Greenville High. We'll hear from both head coaches, and we, of course, are pushing ever closer to kickoff. It's the Red Raiders and the Cavaliers coming up on Bojangles Friday Night Rivals.
Welcome back to Friday Night Rivals here on the Bojangles pregame show. Joining us is the proud principal here at Dorman High School, Mr. Bryant Robertson. Principal Robertson, good to have you back on the show, sir.
Glad to be here.
Of course, and we're glad to be here as well. On behalf of Friday Night Rivals and My 40, we want to say two things. One, thank y'all so much for bringing us back again this year. And two, thank y'all for allowing us to be the season opener for Friday Night Rivals 2024.
Again, glad to have you.
Yes, sir. Well, now, because we're on the football field, you know I got to ask you a critical question. As the proud principal, what are your thoughts on tonight's game?
I think tonight, Dorman 35, Greenville 15.
Oh, wow. Very ambitious. We're going to hold you to that, too. We're going to check in with you later.
Okay.
Now, Principal Robertson, what brought you here to Dorman High? And for the record, how long have you been here, sir?
This is my 19th year in the district. I've
Okay.
been at Dorman High School for 17 years.
Okay.
I spent 2 years at the freshman campus and have been here 17.
Quite the longevity. I respect that. Now, what are some of your sky-high expectations as the principal, not just for the student body, but also for the faculty and staff as well?
One thing that I truly believe, and this really started last year, I think that every kid that graduates should be ready for college or ready for their career.
Indeed.
And last year we started that initiative. We had normally have about 54% of our students that graduate college or career ready. Last year we increased that by 100 students.
Okay.
And also our graduation as a result of that also increased 4 percentage points. So the main goal is to make sure our students are successful when they leave us and that they graduate.
That's most impressive indeed. Now, to be clear, you mentioned the students just now, so this truly is a 9th through 12th grade kind of initiative. Is that right?
Well, it's actually 10th through 12th. The 9th grade campus is separate.
I see. Appreciate the clarity then. So bottom line, though, these students go through this initiative, then they're going to truly be on the path towards success. Am I correct to assume that?
I would 100%. Yes, sir.
All righty. Now, remind me again, what was that final score for the game tonight?
35-15.
35-15. All right. Well, Principal Robertson, once again, on behalf of My 40 and Friday Night Rivals, thank y'all so much for allowing us to be here tonight. We do appreciate it, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Friday Night Rivals here on the Bojangles pregame show. Joining us is the Teacher of the Year here at Dorman High School, Mrs. Stacy Pianella. Mrs. Pianella, nice to have you here today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, and congratulations on the win as well.
Thank you.
Now, I want to focus in on specifically the win itself. What was that moment like when you first found out you became Teacher of the Year at Dorman High School?
I really thought it was a joke to begin with when Mr. Robertson came into my room to tell me that I had won. But it's really just awesome that I was nominated by my teachers.
Does sound awesome. Now, what all do you teach specifically?
I am a special ed teacher. Right now I'm teaching self-contained.
Okay.
I'm also the department head for special ed, and just recently I've added instructional coach for special ed.
Congratulations to you as well, times
Thank
two.
you.
Now, how long have you been a teacher here at Dorman High, and what brought you here in the first place?
This is my 19th year teaching at Dorman. I came here because I graduated from Dorman, so I wanted to come home.
You came home indeed.
Yes, sir.
Now, we're sitting here on y'all's gorgeous football field. This is the season home opener. You know, I have to ask you a very critical question. What are your thoughts on tonight's game?
Obviously, Cavaliers are going to win.
Okay, so y'all going to walk out with the dub, as young people would say.
Yes, sir.
I'm loving it. I'm loving the energy as well. Now, as a teacher, and you've had quite the longevity at 19 years, what are some of those key lessons you instill in each and every one of your students, and why?
I try to teach students that learning never stops. Just because you finish school here at Dorman doesn't mean that you have to stop learning. That we take the small things and we build upon them to get to our bigger goals in life.
Okay. So it sounds like, yeah, you're also somebody who has had that same message instilled in you. Am I correct to assume that?
Yes, sir.
Indeed.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
loving that. Well, Mrs. Pianella, once again, I want to thank you for taking the time to speak with us here today.
Thank you.
And congratulations as well.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be back in just a moment, folks. Welcome back to Friday Night Rivals here on the Bojangles pregame show. Joining us is the RB Scholar athlete winner from Dorman High School, Mr. Andrew Cleland. Andrew, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Glad to be here.
Of course. Now, Andrew, from what I understand, you could truly be described as Speedy Gonzalez 2.0. You are Mr. Track Superstar and Mr. Cross Country Superstar. How does one go about maintaining athletic excellence?
Well, it definitely helps to have a great team beside you. I'm very thankful to have 5 state championships in the past 7 years with the great guys that are here at Dorman High School. Trying to bring it home again this year as a senior, it's definitely a lot harder, being a leader, to have those people to look forward to. You have to do it yourself. And we're going to have a very young team this year, but I'm hoping we can still bring it home.
Most impressive, my man. Now, we also understand that academically speaking, you're rather gifted as well, Mr. 5.1 GPA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
How does one go about establishing a 5.1 GPA and maintaining a 5.1 GPA?
I definitely say it takes a lot of discipline and time management. Like when you're going home, instead of sitting home on your phone doing nothing, sometimes you should be studying, doing homework, getting ahead in the class, because, the more stuff you get out of the way means earlier you can go to bed. Earlier you go to bed, better you race the next day. Better you race, long run helps your team. So just by doing your homework, you're helping your team.
You're a very bright, insightful guy. I like you. Now, what are some of your post-high school plans?
I'm hoping to go to Clemson. I'm running in college. That's still kind of a maybe. But as far as major, definitely something science related, chemistry, biology, something around those lines. Career, it's still up in the air.
Okay, and I also gather you're involved in other extracurricular activities as well here at Dorman. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What all do they include?
I am an FCA leader, so every Thursday morning, I show up a little bit earlier. I help lead worship, lead announcements, lead the games, as well as a Beta Club and National Honor Society, help out with my community, doing stuff like that type of thing.
You're a well-rounded guy indeed. Well, once again, Andrew, you are our RB Scholar Athlete winner for this week. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And good luck in all your future endeavors as well.
Thank you.
RBs, we have the meets. We'll be back in just a moment.
Second-year Dorman head coach Jake Morris joins us on the Carolina Furniture Concepts Coach's Corner. Coach, first of all, thanks for hosting us here at Dorman.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a pleasure to have you guys here. I think our community loves it, our fan base loves it, and I think our kids love it. So we appreciate you guys coming.
You have the Dorman pedigree, the upstate pedigree through and through. You know this program as well as anyone. 2 years into your tenure, your fingerprints beginning to be on it a bit. What would you say the state of the program is, Coach?
Yeah, I think we talked on the phone not too long ago. I think the excitement level with our guys, I think they're excited about it. We had a really good offseason, really long offseason. So they're hungry, they're ready to get out and get playing. But, really, I just think they're excited to play. They're having fun. They're playing for each other. There's a lot of enthusiasm up there in that locker room and in our school. And, I think everybody's just ready to get on the field.
Well, if you had to explain the Dorman mindset and the Dorman way to fans from across our viewing area who may be tuning into you for the first time, what are they going to see from this Dorman team tonight?
Yeah, I think they're going to see a lot of effort. I think they're going to see a lot of physicality from our team this year. We changed the way we practice this fall and preseason and spring practice and all that leading up to it. So I think you're going to see a lot of guys flying around getting after it. We're going to do it the right way. We got a lot of pride in what we have here. We got a lot of pride in our school, a lot of pride in our traditions here. So we're going to do it the right way, but we're going to be a very fast and physical team tonight.
Field's always full of playmakers when your team is out there. You got a couple of quarterbacks you're pretty pleased with, pretty impressed with coming into the year. Talk about how they're similar and different, Coach.
Yeah, we got Bryce O'Neill's a senior. He started a region game for us last year and then played the rest of the year. He's very tough. He's a gritty kid. He does some really good things with his legs, and he can make some things happen outside of the pocket. And then we got sophomore McCory Anderson that's came on. Played freshman ball for us last year and really developed through the offseason, really took to heart the strength and conditioning program here and worked hard and has done a great job. So I think he does some great things with his arms. He's great with his motor, and he's got a high football IQ. So both those guys bring a ton to the table for us.
Greenville always provides a challenge, certainly right out of the gate, first game of the year. What do you see this one coming down to against the Red Raiders?
I think it's like always. You block, tackle, basis of football, no senseless penalties. Defense, we can cause turnovers, get off the field in 3rd and out. And I think offensively we got to convert on those points so we can get on the board, whether it's field goal or score touchdowns.
Well, Coach, once again, thanks for having us. We wish you all the best tonight and the rest of the season.
Thank you, guys.
That's the head man here at Dorman. Much more to come on the pregame show as we push ever closer to kickoff on Bojangles' Friday Night Rivals.
Back on the Coach's Corner, Javo Shaw of Greenville High School, and your first year, Coach. Welcome to the upstate. How's the transition gone for you?
Oh, it's been great, and we finally get to kick it off in the 24 season and back closer to family and just a lot of fun. Glad to be here. Glad to be a part of this deal tonight.
Is it good to get to game one with everything that you had to get in place to even begin year number one for you?
Absolutely. The move from South Georgia back up to the upstate, a lot of moving pieces, 3 young kids, but just super grateful that I get to be here tonight and represent Greenville and hopefully put a good product out on the field tonight.
What attracted you to Greenville High School?
Well, number one, I'm a family man and be able to get closer to my family in Northeast Georgia. Obviously, my brother's ties to this state. We've always talked about being back close in proximity. So those three things played a huge part. My girls are about to start school, so you start looking for a school system. And then it just lined up with great administration, with Scully as the AD, Mr. Dylan Hudson as the principal, and a great school like Greenville with the past 4 years, the success that Coach Porter and those guys had.
Well, a couple stops at Georgia. One you were wide open. One of them you ran the football depending on personnel. What can we expect to see tonight?
Yeah, I think a little bit mixture of both, but probably leaning more towards what we did at Raven. At the end of the day, you have to do what it takes to win, whether it's running, throwing, huddling, or no huddle. But we're definitely probably personnel-wise closer to where we were at Raven, which is a no huddle. Try and play fast, try and create explosive plays, and be fearless on defense and arrive with bad intentions.
Well, you jump right into it with Dorman here tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, just a ton of respect, obviously, for this program. The tradition, I was telling you guys earlier this week, even across the line in Georgia, you hear of the names like Dorman. So just being able to be in a setting like this, playing a big-time game like this against a great program, great coaching staff, great team, that's what Friday nights are for.
Coach, thanks for your time. Good luck this evening.
Thank you guys for what you do, man. Appreciate it.
And we'll continue with our pregame show here from Dorman in just a moment.
The Earl Scruggs Music Festival is coming to Tryon International Equestrian Center once more this August through September 1st. This 3-day event features performances by some of the most talented musicians in the bluegrass world. Hosted by Jerry Douglas, the extensive 2024 lineup will welcome talented artists like Old Crow Medicine Show and Tanya Tucker. Visit EarlScruggsMusicFest.com or scan the code to purchase tickets. Tell me about it.
Now, My 40 Sports presents Bojangles Friday Night Rivals. The Greenville Red Raiders versus the Dorman Cavaliers.
A new season kicks off here in the Palmetto State, right here in Spartanburg County. With that, we welcome you to Bojangles Friday Night Rivals alongside my broadcast partner, Tom Van Hoy, Jason Patterson here. And Tom, now pushing ever closer to kickoff. What better way to start than Greenville against Dorman?
Yeah, you're looking at a Greenville team with a new head coach in Jay Beauchamp. Greg Porter had 3 consecutive 10-win seasons. It'd be interesting to see how it plays out at Greenville. And for Dorman, they're coming off a rare losing season, 3-8. You're number 2 with Jake Morris. They're looking for better things this year.
Strong South Carolina connections for both of these coaches. New eras to some degree. That's one of the great storylines. The players, the other. We got some great young quarterbacks. There will be playmakers all over the field.
Yeah, they will be. It'll be interesting to see how Greenville plays offensively. They want to spread it out and do some different things there. And a new offensive coordinator at Dorman. See how that works tonight.
Region 2 5A collides with Region 1 5A, and this is a key early season opportunity.
Yeah, this really is. It is a year where reclassification has come into play, different regions, so it's going to be interesting not only for these two, but all across the state of South Carolina.
What a way to get it started. Happy you're with us on Bojangles Friday Night Rivals. Kickoff is next between the Dorman Cavaliers and the Greenville Red Raiders. Greenville Red Raiders set to take the field. They are the opponent of the homestanding Dorman Cavaliers in our opener of Friday Night Rivals 2024. Glad to have you with us. It has been a beautiful sunshine-filled day in South Carolina. 77 degrees as it gives way to darkness and the bright lights of football. Tom, let's dive right in with your keys to the game. What does it take for Greenville to be successful here tonight?
You see early emotion, new coach, and just getting used to all the new things you have to do, the system and everything. I think early on, big game here at Dorman, and then really got to believe. They believe in a lot of different things there, believe in the system, believe in the coaches, believe in the players. That's been a mantra for Greenville.
Anything but a rebuild. They've played for the Upper State 3 years in a row, so this is a Greenville team expecting to keep on rolling. For Dorman, a little bit different story.
Well, they won a good start. Last year they had a 3-8 season, and that's just the third losing season since 1993, and they were outscored in each of the first three quarters last year. Good start, and then they just want to be able to execute the game plan. Things are going to go south. They always do. They always have it. How do you handle that when it does occur?
Things work well under here, incredibly well, for decades under legendary head coach David Gutshaw. Now a guy who played under him still very much is in touch with him. And the head man at Dorman High School, looking in his second year to continue to build upon that foundation and return the glory to Dorman High School. Everybody certainly believes it's a matter of time for this group out of Region 2, 5A. They tangle with Region 1, 5A. Hey, there's the new head man at Greenville High, J-Bo Shaw.
Yeah.
If the name and the face maybe seem somewhat familiar even, he is the older brother of Connor Shaw, who came across the state line after they played high school ball together for their dad. And, of course, Connor Shaw became the winningest quarterback in the history of South Carolina down in Columbia with his work for the Gamecocks. J-Bo Shaw happy to be closer to family. He brings those family connections with him and a great deal of energy to the sideline. Here is Jake Morris as you get a first look at second-year Dorman head coach. Kept it in the upstate, was a North Greenville guy, has Jamie Chadwell's fingerprints on him to some degree, among others he played for, now at Liberty off that outstanding season a year ago, who was, when he was there, the head coach at North Greenville University. So the upstate connections run thick, and this is an important, let's underscore it, Tom, an important first game for both these young head coaches.
It is. We'll get into reclassifications and some other things a little bit later on. But, yeah, this early in the season, these two powers, Greenville now in 5A.
Maybe non-region, but it's going to feel like the heat of summer alongside the heightened importance of October, November as we get the football season underway. Happy to have you with us on Bojangles Friday Night Rivals. Limited return across the 23-yard line, and that's where Greenville will take over. Dorman won the toss deferred, so we get our first look at the Greenville Red Raiders offense, and they are under the direction of Banks Boughton, who is a young quarterback. His dad played at Greenville High, went on to be an All-American at Furman, so the pedigree there for him when you talk families. He just needs to get, we're told by the Greenville folks, some experience under his belt.
Yeah, new system. They like what he brings to the table, and you have to get out and get under the lights on Friday night, get that kind of experience.
Talk about his ability, how he truly is a dual threat guy that can beat you in those key situations with the wheels, and certainly they look at his ability as a pocket passer to be a difference maker as well. He's going to have a little less ground to cover, as on the opening play we get a penalty that marches it off up near the 40-yard line. He'll start at the 38, 1st and 10 for the Greenville Red Raiders under the direction of Banks Boughton. Played in 6 games last year, 22 of 33 for 362 yards and 4 touchdowns. Carried it 6 times for 80 yards, but again, limited numbers, limited experience. Going to turn and give off to Kyler Zimmerman. You know, he's the main returner, Tom. Zimmerman is the guy that they expect as the captain of this offense, skill player-wise, to carry a great deal of the load.
Yeah, over 800 yards a year ago. How about 8 yards per carry? And anytime you can do that, that sets the tone for you. It would be a hard, tough running football team.
Strong is the word they use. They talk about his soft hands in the passing game when necessary, but he is the captain and the key returning skill player. Fake to him this time. A little toss out. Going to be Stewart who gets the call. He finds some open space after eluding the initial tackler and takes it into Dorman territory. Ja'Carrion Stewart, inside threat, they say. He started at corner as a sophomore, now on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, get it out on the edge and making it happen after he catches the football. Uses that hand to go to the turf and get a couple of more yards and look downfield trying to make a block as well to help out there. So it'll be interesting as we look at Greenville, what Jay Beauchamp brings to the table offensively. Did two different things with highly successful in Georgia.
He said, make no mistake about it, they plan to be up-tempo and play fast with the Greenville playmakers he has. He's a guy that plays to his personnel, believes he has the athletes and all that speed to try to keep defenses on their heels in the upstate of South Carolina this year. Likes the use of the tight end. You see a lot of 12 personnel to get both of the tight ends in from time to time. Here's the first look at the wheels of Boughton, and he's up near first down yardage. So across the 40, inside it to the 36-yard line. You know, with the young quarterback, Tom, and young in terms of experience, even though he's a junior, that they're excited about having in the system for a couple of years here, they give the two experienced players a touch right away and then call a run for him maybe to settle him in a bit.
Yeah, you want to be able to do that. Take that first hit, so you go up inside with the running back. You get it out on the edge. You go 5 wide with no running back a moment ago, and he gets good yardage inside.
Well, it's spread out enough. He's got a first down. Move the chains to the 25-yard line. And there is, as we will tell you throughout, a movement of the chains. Another first down. Here's a look at it.
I mean, gigantic hole up front there, and good offensive line play there to provide that opportunity for a big gain.
Greenville on the move, opening drive in the new football season for the Red Raiders. This time screen pass set up for Stewart, and he is covered up on that far side. There's Kentavion Anderson, the first time we call his name. Guy with offers from, you said Coach Chadwell, right? Liberty, and also offers from the University of South Carolina with all those Gamecock connections in this game. Worth noting, but he's a guy who had 2 pick-sixes a year ago to lead the team, and he is the returning premier performer on defense.
And big out there, 6'3", 180 to junior.
A whistle as Dorman works some personnel off. Jabez Thomas coming off of this personnel grouping as they work Chance Brady into the alignment. Greenville wanting to go fast. They've been able to do so successfully to this point on the drive. 2nd down and 9 facing the Raiders here. Just out of the reach of his intended target. Tried to go to Drayshawn Smith. A flag will come in at the very end of this. His bodies were colliding near side. Well, gives us a chance to introduce our officials to you. Our referee is Charles Grissom. Donnie Mays Sr., our umpire, as you get one more look at exactly what took place there. And this was the extracurricular on the backside of it all. The linesman is Brian Parker.
Personal foul.
As you get the call here, Andy Vogt, the line judge, and Austin Smith as our back judge, as they tell you it will be 3rd down. Those are the referees wading back into their season, just like the players are. As the call will back the Red Raiders up. Boy, it looked like a promising drive, Tom, stalling a bit all of a sudden.
Yeah, I tell you, like the play call, they want to go fast. You talked about that, and we mentioned that Jay Beauchamp and his 2 stops at Wayne County and also Raven County as well, that his personnel, he would run a 45 pass 10 and the pass 45 run 10. So you can get a really, he wants to go fast, and we've seen that here tonight.
3rd and a country mile fittingly here at Dorman. Out at the 15-yard line needed. They go over the top. It looked to be caught. Let's see what the ultimate determination is here. Will they rule this caught? Still talking about it. The ball obviously came out as he was trying to work his way closer to the goal line.
Boy, wide open.
And they are going to set this up at the 1-yard line, Tom. We do have a flag down at the 40. And after all that effort for the 2 officials to get together and determine was it a catch,
oh, man.
On the Dorman logo at midfield, our referee says hold everything. There's going to be a penalty on an illegal shift that negates it all.
Yeah, everybody's looking as we were downfield, and I thought he caught it and took a couple of strides, and then as you get the call,
5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Going to set it back. So,
well, they did determine it was a catch. It was going to be 1st and goal from the 1. But the illegal shift, the fly in the ointment for Greenville, now facing once again a 3rd and forever. Here's a look at what was called.
Yep, good call. Camera work there to catch that.
So the 15 still what's needed. Red Raiders likely will be hard-pressed to catch Dorman off guard the way they were one play ago. See what they draw up on 3rd and forever. Put it back in the hands of Kyler Zimmerman, the captain and the experienced returning starter. Going to be 4th down from the 44, and I'll say it again, Tom, this looked to be very promising. The start for Greenville, stalling just across midfield.
Well, had some good success, but the penalties pushed them back. But the bottom line was they were able to push it out a little bit and see what transpired here.
Well, 4th down to field position, first time. Why not roll the dice? They're going to take it for a spin. Banks, Boughton, and company stay out there. He will punt it. Just kind of pooches it inside the 15. It'll be blown dead right around the 12-yard line. That's where the Dorman Cavaliers will take over. It will be a 2-quarterback system for Dorman this year. Of course, Bryce O'Neill played in 7 games a season ago, and from region play on, carried the load for the Cavaliers, but he's going to be joined by an exciting upstart quarterback in McCorian Anderson that they're very excited about from an athletic standpoint. They expect these two to be quite the 1-2 punch in region.
Yeah, you're going to see 2 different ones early on. O'Neill, as Jason said, 5'10", 185. The senior has that experience starting down the stretch. They'd like to get off to a really good start. Struggled last year, finished 3-8, and got into the playoffs before losing against Burns in round 1.
He threw for 841 yards, 84 connections in 145 tries and 6 touchdowns, but just that many interceptions for Bryce O'Neill. How about the surrounding cast, Tom? As you look at the Dorman offense in full, who else do you highlight?
Well, you know, Nick Means, the 5'9", 155-pound sophomore coming back from a year ago. You get a good look at it there, and you know they're solid on the offensive line. The center Jesse Rosales there as well. He is a young guy that, a veteran guy to a certain extent, that anchors that offensive line.
After getting nearly half of it on 1st down, Dorman's quarterback covered up this time. Going to make for 3rd and about 7. Good look for the Greenville D. And you will be seeing a whole lot of Josh Simmons. He fills up the screen in the middle at the nose guard position. And here's his surrounding cast for
you
Greenville.
Start with that big guy. His dad's a coach as well. Inside linebacker Brady Lucas makes all the calls. You get into the secondary with Keenan Allen. Tough physical corner.
Josh Simmons is a captain. Of course, he's a guy you expect to see play in this game for a long time. Up near the marker, actually across it, is Bryce O'Neill, and he'll move the change for Dorman. The Cavaliers able to convert on 3rd down to keep the drive alive.
I think that's early on. That's a good one for them to get. And I like to get backtrack a little bit and punted it out of there. He looked like maybe he might not do that, but play the field position game. But I think for Dorman to pick up that 1st down is big.
Opening drive for Greenville. They moved into Dorman territory if you're just joining us, but saw it stall, penalties and otherwise, creating that pooch punch scenario. This is the first touch of the football this season for a Dorman team. What did Coach tell us? As eager as anybody to get back out there. They had great 7-on-7s, a solid summer. Talked about how much fun they had, how much energy he saw from them. Just couldn't wait to play somebody in another uniform in one that matters. They're doing that tonight and keep it on the ground 1st down-wise up near the 30. Tom, they talked about the 3 backs and how incredibly excited they are about the 3 backs in the stable. Of course, Means one of those, Fowler one of those, Landrum one of those. You should get a steady dose of all 3 tonight. Here's Means on this occasion.
Yeah, he's a young guy we talked about. Not that big at 155, but had a great deal of experience from a year ago, and he comes back into the mix. And, you know, they rushed for only 96 yards last year. You take a look at the numbers from a year ago. They've actually improved in a number of different areas. New offensive coordinator. We'll see how it plays out this year.
Drew Anakin Alms off sides, and that'll move the chains again for Dorman. Yeah, the coach saying, you know, when you have 3 different head coaches in a 3-year span, as this Dorman team did, you don't want a lot of changes to your staff. But he did make a couple. We'll talk about them, particularly of Chapman fame. Coach Mooney coming over now to call the shots offensively. Of course, you know Coach Cooper defensively forever here, getting the job done in impressive fashion, and some additions to his staff on the defensive side we'll walk you through as the night goes on as well. But limited in their number as they wanted to keep building upon what has been here at Dorman. Well, Nick Means going to be a big part of that if they do. Tom, 56 carries, 226 yards, a touchdown, couple of receptions for 18 yards as a freshman starter a year ago.
Yeah, that is so difficult, particularly at the 5A level when you're talking about. We've already given you some of the numbers on the size of the defenders, and they have a man to come in and have the kind of success he did. It bodes well for the future.
Crossing over 6 minutes remaining in the opening period of action, and Dorman on the move for the first time. They'll have to pause momentarily as a flag is down at the 42-yard line.
Dead ball foul. Start snap infraction. Get down.
It's going to back the Cavaliers up just a bit. Mentioned the energy, the fun around the program.
Yeah.
The other word they threw at us, finish. He said really the key this year, yes, we see the fun there. We're going to need the finish that sometimes eluded this team a year ago in the end of very close contests.
Yeah, and things are going to be up and down as they always are in athletic events, and you need to be able to handle it emotionally, and then when you have that opportunity to just finish it off and hopefully get the win at the end.
Caught just beyond the hashes up at the 40-yard line. Going to bring up a third down and about 5 as Dorman went underneath. But it was well covered by that secondary, that speedy secondary for Greenville High. A lot of track stars in that Greenville High secondary. They'll get to the ball quickly. Big early third down. Pressure coming. And a good adjustment by the receiver to make the movement of the chains possible. That was Aaron Gassaway, who's really coming on in this his senior campaign. He's able to make a nice adjustment, but there is a flag down just on the Greenville side of the field. Littered with laundry on the first drive both times. A reminder it is early in the season.
You get a couple of jamborees in and have the opportunity for some scrimmages. So I think it was Dorman that had one that the weather got the whistle
to
a certain
Unsportsmanlike
extent.
contact.
But early on, both teams have had
15-yard
a few
penalty.
issues from a
Will be
penalty
first down
standpoint.
and 10 yards
just
to
trying
go.
to get going, develop a little bit, and get some kind of consistency throughout the course of the ball game, because a little ebb and flow here very early on for both teams. That's early.
Coach Morris telling us those jamboree, the one they had watched out, he said our team responded well against Hillcrest. They made adjustments from the Hillcrest moment to the Union moment. These two teams, of course, saw one another in 7-on-7s, did some positive things at Carolina in that sense. But it has all culminated in a chance to play for an all-important W to start the new campaign tonight on this August Friday. It's caught up across the 40 to the 43. No time we hadn't talked that much about it, just kind of referenced it as we were rolling into it. But 77 degrees, and with the sun going down, it's becoming very comfortable here. The fans are seeing a little bit of everything out of the playbook, as once again you hear Gassaway's name called. But more important than anything else, you can see the comfort on the faces of these fans. They're enjoying the fact that football is here with this kind of August weather.
Take a picture, man. This is Chamber of Commerce night in the upstate of South Carolina in August, 77 degrees a game time.
Yeah, often we're talking about, how many breaks are there going to be during the game in order to make sure that everybody's taken care of in these early season contests. But everything cooperating with the start of the new football season here in the Palmetto State.
We love it here at Dorman. The air conditioner works in the broadcast booth.
Better than a lot of college environments. Both of these coaches making note of that in our conversations with them this week. What a great place it is to start their seasons. Here's another penalty against the Cavaliers as they wade into the year.
Still second down.
Motion will back it up inside the 40 to the 38. Here's a look at what happened.
A little early movement up front there.
Nathan Choi up on that line. Of course, he's alongside DJ Walker, Michael Jones, Nate Gambrell, Jesse Rosales, Landon Green, a big part of the offensive line for Dorman. And they'll get Mark McMillan back at some point. That's going to be huge, holding him out till region play so nothing happens in a non-region game that would be detrimental, as he's a big part of that line. They're trying to learn to play together right now. And Tom, it was one of the points of conversation, because this is a group that was a revolving door. He called it a carousel last year. This time around, they're going to have a number of experienced starters they can piece together. As that group gels this year, so may very well go the Dorman season.
Yeah, last year was really difficult for the offensive line and just had so many injuries, and feels good about those that are coming back, those that have developed, and also thinks might have a little bit of depth in there as well this year.
Some athletic sophomores and juniors mixing in with the more experienced linemen. Sitting down at the 43 and then carrying it forward to work his way a little closer is Chase Cheeks and Jarvis Pearson, a couple of the experienced seniors in this playmaker group. that you'll hear from. But it's Nick Means stealing the headlines early as he'll have the first touchdown of the Friday Night Rivals season. Dorman's first touchdown of the season. Nick Means to the end zone as he covers half the field plus to put the Cavaliers on the board.
Well, he shows his speed there. It's just a simple up inside for Rosales to center and the left guard get it done. And all he needed was a little bit of a crease. And as you can see there, once he got to the secondary, forget it. He's gone to the touchdown. Yeah, I like that.
Well, 88-yard drive, 4:17 off the clock in 10 plays, including that 54-yard run from Nick Means. Just a single touchdown on 56 carries a year ago. So he's matched his total from last season. He's got a whole lot of time left to improve on that. The extra point is true from Ranson Farr. Nick Means and Dorman march nearly 90 to take the lead. The Earl Scruggs Music Festival is coming to Tryon International Equestrian Center once more this August through September 1st. This 3-day event features performances by some of the most talented musicians in the bluegrass world. Hosted by Jerry Douglas, the extensive 2024 lineup will welcome talented artists like Old Crow Medicine Show and Tanya Tucker. Visit earlscruggsmusicfest.com or scan the code to purchase tickets. No better way to turn the page, ignite a new campaign than with an early lead. That's what Dorman has grabbed. Cavaliers, I mentioned, marching 88 yards, 4 minutes, 17 seconds on 10 plays. A little herky-jerky with some of the penalties mixed in there, but in the end, the 54-yard run for Nick Means getting the job done. You know, Tom, this was a team in a lot of close games last year. The record may be a bit deceiving. They, on average, were outscored 23-20 last season when all was said and done, when you look at points for, points against. And so much of it was just confidence building. We heard the staff talk about a drive like that will help.
When you think about the Burns game regular season, 28-26, and they get Burns in the first night of the playoffs, actually led that game 10-0. But yes, Burns put together a nice run and eventually would win it 44-17. So wanting to build back, and we'll get into this just a little bit, maybe after this kickoff, but we talked with Coach Morris about the difference between year one and year two.
Yeah, talked about how eager this group was to get back at it after that playoff exit, and as you said, the unusual campaign. Return man spun around at the 17-yard line, and that's where Greenville will take over. Well, after a promising opening drive, Red Raiders came away without points and then saw Dorman go almost the length of the field. But what did you see from Banks Mountain and company on that first touch of the football?
Well, they were able to do a lot of different things. They went up tempo there. They got it out on the edge, and also they utilized the quarterback run. And they had the one big pass play that was complete out of the 1-yard line. You talk about all the penalties. Eventually didn't hurt Dorman. That was one that really hurt Greenville. They had the ball at the 1, and then there was a little bit of movement on the line. They got it back to about midfield. Eventually had to punt.
Give off one more time to Zimmerman. Zimmerman across the 20 with a handful on first down. All-region preseason performer. He's at 5'9", 200 now in his senior season. You mentioned 800-plus yards. It was 839 specifically. One touchdown shy of double figures. He had 9 of those on just over 100 carries. Caught the ball 3 times for 8 yards. They expect that to be more a part of his game this year, as they mentioned his soft hands out of the backfield. But he's a stabilizer. They go right back his direction, and he's stacked up by that Dorman defensive front. But how important is Kyler Zimmerman? Not only the captain insignia he wears on his jersey, but the experience he brings back.
Well, and that's part of it because you're changing head coaches and a different system, and you need that kind of leadership, particularly out of the ones that have been in the program for a while. And, you know, you go back to what Greg Porter did, and he was amazing in his time there. And the last 3 years, won at least 10 games, got to the upper state championship, just one shy getting to it. And so Greenville County schools have struggled to a certain extent when you start comparing some up here in Spartanburg County, but Greenville, he put them on the map there, and they expect to win.
Yeah, 3 times upper state opportunities. 3rd down, and Boughton rolls out. Looks like he sees the marker, and he'll use his legs to get beyond it for a Greenville 1st down. Move the chains for the Red Raiders. You referenced Greg Porter here. He had this team clicking. It's just a matter of keeping the passing of the torch going in the right direction. With a dual threat quarterback like this, so far so good, it would seem, out of the summer and into fall. And, you know, we asked about Greg Porter to Coach Jay Beauchamp, and he said, I found at this place that the work ethic and expectations were already there, already foundational. We're just trying to build upon that and make all the people that have worn the G before us proud. And this certainly will be the year he has a chance to send that message.
And Lawrence plays at Hillcrest tonight. Coach Porter coached at Hillcrest.
There was some history there.
Got them going.
Took them to a state championship.
And he's at Lawrence now. So we've known him over the years. He had 16 years in Greenville County, and he really turned Hillcrest around and turned Greenville around as well.
One of the great gentlemen in this game. Went 45-15 in those 5 seasons at Greenville High, as referenced there. And 3 trips to the doorstep. Now they're at Lawrence. Certainly fans wish him the best. Working his way across the 40 to the 42-yard line, and that's beyond the sticks, so you can move the chains again. Well, it wasn't just token lip service when they said Banks Boughton can make a difference with his legs.
Well, and you go back to the 3rd down play a moment ago, Jason. I thought that was a big play. Having just scored Dorman, you can get 3 and out on defense, kick it away, and maybe late in the 1st quarter have another drive. So provides opportunity. He has been successful running the football, so it's a pretty good tandem there. And we saw a little bit early throwing it out of the edge and trying to get some yardage that way as well.
Well, the coaching staff known for in the state of Georgia what they could do with quarterbacks with a good one here. That is on the ground. Dorman swarming around the football, but there's no major celebration from the Cavaliers that would seem to indicate they think they secured it. So it looks like it'll stay with Greenville. Yeah, during the time particularly, and we'll get into all the storylines of his dad and playing with his brother Connor and everything that happened in Georgia, and certainly the time when he coached with his dad at Rabun for sure. But one of the things they were known for there at Rabun when he took over for his dad was quarterback plays. You get one more look at the retaining of the possession by Greenville. And he's got a sharp shooter this time around. Fires one out in the direction of Ja'Carrion Stewart, but the senior can't quite reel it in. You know, they were known for their Top Gun Quarterbacks Academy, in which they brought them up through the system. He said, have a handful of guys that are still in the Georgia passing rankings for the careers they had in all-time numbers, and all of them were homegrown.
And they're identifying those kids at a really, really young age. And, I mean, starting to run the stuff that they're eventually going to run. That is so key to the success. And that's what he was able to do at the Top Gun Academy there that they set up in Georgia.
He's got a pretty good fire starter, though he's being rushed out of the pocket here at Greenville. And it's just going to unwind this as the pressure was on. Had a man right there, but it was out of the reach of Stewart. And incomplete. 4th down from the 42 for Greenville.
And you always wanted to have 2 quarterbacks that are ready to play. And it was very interesting. And again, we want to thank the coaches for taking a lot of time this week to visit with us and give us some of the background that we can pass along to our viewers tonight. But I tell you, it was really interesting when we started talking about the Top Gun Quarterback Academy and how they develop their quarterbacks at a very young age before they even got to the high school level.
That, of course, in the spread it out, up-tempo approach that he had there at Rabun County before his 2nd stop in the state of Georgia. Again, we'll get into some of those storylines as we roll along. But timeout on the field, we will take it as well. Dorman out front 7-0 early. Don't let game night dinner get you stressed. Stop by Ingles for great choices from the Ingles Deli. Rotisserie chicken, fresh-made salads, or delicious hot bar and sub bar. Dinner and a snap, and it's off to the game. Ingles. Low prices. Love the savings. Well, an 88-yard drive for the Cavaliers in the opening period, which is winding toward a close, and Dorman just about to get the football back. But the Dorman defense so far looking fairly strong. He talked about the Coach Morris, the different personnel groupings. They'll use a laundry list of defensive linemen and linebackers. He said, we feel like we have so many effective skill players at both of those positions. Don't miss a beat when we run wholesale changes in and out. And so far, so good with that approach for Dorman. Fair catch, but that ball is touched. And Greenville covers it up at the 30. Now they are going to, well, let's see. Early indications were that they were going to say Dorman football, but now talking about it, and it will be the Red Raiders. You thought initially, despite the fair catch signal, that was touched by Dorman, and you'll get a perfect look at it right here as Greenville has the first key turnover of the game.
That's Sully Wallace right there, and he's able to get on it. He was in the general area, put a little pressure on it, and he got on it.
Had a huge summer and fall camp, we were told. They like his size. They like the approach he takes to this game of football. And Sully Wallace has a rewarding moment as he gets the football back for Greenville. This is tossed near side. It's going to be caught. Clock rolls after Stewart makes his catch. Mentioned Stewart started at corner in his sophomore season, one of the more experienced of the returners. They'll use him extensively in the passing game in this his senior campaign, and he's been targeted multiple times already. Clock winding toward 1 minute remaining. Dorman defense had thought it was going to get a breather. Going to have to use more of those wholesale personnel changes up front. Red Raiders pointing as if this is going to be against the home team.
Dead ball foul.
As flags flying.
Encroachment. Defense.
It will be encroachment against the Cavaliers.
Good job. Hard count there.
Well, and it was on 1st and short, so he earns a fresh set of downs with this effective work.
Result of the play is first down.
Your offensive line guys somewhat statuesque, as they're supposed to be.
Another group coming together. Talk about how effective that in the trenches crowd can be. Well, why not go back to Sully Wallace? It worked on special teams. He's inside the 10-yard line. And Greenville is set up for a 1st and goal.
You know, and Jason, that's the situation. You're going to take a look at it. You get it out, and the linebacker's got to come a long way to try to make a one-on-one tackle, and can't do that. They can get it in space, and get a good look there as he brought it to the first.
Obviously was down when the ball popped out as he was rolling over the top of it. Jay Beauchamp looking for his first touchdown, his first effective drive as the head man at Greenville High School, communicating expectations to his quarterback, Banks Boughton and company. Give Zimmerman, and he's covered up in traffic inside the 5.
Tell you what, that's a nice job. He didn't get many yards, but there was an opportunity for Javion Bell to get him in the backfield.
That'll bring the opening period to a close. So Dorman will carry a 7-0 lead into the second on that 50-plus yard run by Means. Red Raiders threatening to open the second when you return to Spartanburg County. One quarter in the books. When another's behind us, you want to stick around for the Spartanburg Community College halftime report that's coming up at the break. You'll meet players from these two teams, find out a lot more about both Greenville and Dorman, a part of the Spartanburg Community College halftime report. Greenville threatening inside the 5-yard line. Second down and goal coming for a Red Raiders team looking to equalize in a 7-0 football game. But one thing you notice, the size of Hunter Taylor on your screen. 74 there, right side of your screen. He's the other of the offensive captains. You'll learn a lot about him across the course of the broadcast because he's also that scholar athlete department. Big-time redhead. He said, I'm one of 2 or 3 on the team that are really Red Raiders.
You asked him about that.
He's got a bright and very impressive, as you will see once the helmet is off, full head of red hair. More than that, he's got a bright future in this game. I mean, here's a guy who's a Furman commit. He's an all-region preseason player, and he is the captain on that line, expected to make room for this team all season.
And Furman opens at Ole Miss.
How about that?
From Saturday after making that run to the playoffs last year, playing at Montana.
A lot of Furman connections. A guy in Boughton at the quarterback position whose dad played there. And one of his key offensive linemen who's headed that direction. Headed toward the end zone is Zimmerman, and he will find it. First touchdown of the season, first touchdown of the J-Bo Shaw era for the Greenville Red Raiders, and it comes from the experienced returner at running back, Kyler Zimmerman.
Took it off that left side, got the blocking on the edge, and boy, put those pads down, and big, powerful runner there. And you can see right there, it was a touchdown, put his arms up, and he was correct.
Got a kicker that likely will be playing some college ball as well in Lane Steck, who is good from about 40+ when needed. Was a perfect 29 for 29 on extra points a season ago, and though this got a little dicey, he was able to find a way to punch it on through to even things up at 7 apiece. Greenville on the board early second as we're all tied up. Yeah, it was.
I think it was 16.
Bojangles is a proud sponsor of WLOS Friday Night Football. It's not just football season, it's tailgate season. Head to Bojangles and order your tailgate box today. It's not a tailgate without Bojangles. It's bow time. Well, back on Bojangles Friday Night Rivals. Good start for both teams. Early second period, a touchdown on the board for the Cavaliers and the Red Raiders. And that came after, remember, the special teams play that created that on the punt return that was not. Everything covered up by Sully Wallace. Here's another key special teams play already for Greenville.
I mean, way out to the side. And again, the kicker, he hesitated momentarily, but a nice job by Katavian Anderson to put it down there, because that was wide of the mark, and you get it down, and the concentration to get it up through to get it tight.
Yeah, it made a major difference in assuring a 7-7 scoreboard. Well, J-Bo Shaw and Greenville answering. He talked about coming across the line to South Carolina because he wanted to play against the best. He mentioned those colors, the Dorman colors, and he said, the coaches that have been in this region of the United States. He said, Georgia's serious football, South Carolina serious football. Absolutely. He said, I wasn't going to come across the line to South Carolina for just any job, but the right one to play in the major environments was the one that he was going to embrace, and a chance to battle it out night in and night out with guys like that, certainly a difference maker. Coach Morris' team now getting ready to respond. And you see him on your screen there. Tom, a guy who has had so many different influences on his own life. He talked about the 3 different coaches that he played for and 3 different coordinators during his time at North Greenville University. He said he played for Coach Chadwell, who ran the table for Liberty last year, was the representative in the major bowl games of the non-Power 5 teams, and has high expectations there in Lynchburg. Played for Coach McCray, who's now on the Virginia staff there in Charlottesville, and Coach Farrington, who's still at North Greenville. He said 3 different coaches, 3 years, not to mention the guy who wore the D for almost ever here in Spartanburg, Coach David Gunshaw, who's a legendary figure in South Carolina and beyond. All those fingerprints on his approach and his style. And he said, I still learn daily and stay in communication regularly with each one of them.
Well, I love and as you get in and we get into the broadcast, you mentioned all the connections with North Greenville and a Division II power at a certain point. And my background was at the Division II level, and I was fortunate to do 5 national championships. Those kids can play, and he learned a lot when he was able to play there at North Greenville.
He's got coaches on the other side that are coaching against him, that were with him there at North Greenville. He's got guys on his staff who had that connection. Not to mention in the region, there are a couple of other head coaches now in the region with him who were one a GA and another a former teammate of that pedigree, of that North Greenville pedigree. And of course, who can forget what Coach Chadwell has done, both at Coastal Carolina and, of course, Charleston Southern before that, after his North Greenville stop that landed him at Liberty, one of the great storylines from college football a season ago. This Dorman Cavalier offense under the direction of Coach Morris, the former offensive lineman from both NGU, now the Trailblazers there in Tigerville, and, of course, these Dorman Cavaliers, goes to work. To the 25, that's about all. And 3rd down coming.
Kenyon Allen did a really nice job there to fight off the block. We talked about that on the corner. Tough physical player, able to fight through it and make that tackle at 25.
Got whistles before this play gets rolling. Ahead of a 3rd down and 5. Of course, so we mentioned minimal staff additions on the Dorman side of things, but the offensive coordinator, Rodney Mooney, who the last 3 years was the head coach at Wilson and is known for, as the Mooney family is, his impact at Chapman. Guy now handling things offensively alongside Coach Morris, handling those offensive coordinator responsibilities. Of course, the DC, 15 years now for Coach Cooper. They added some staff members to help him on that side of the ball. The main new face calling plays like this and dialing up a good one here as Bryce O'Neal's number is called, and it'll move the chains for Dorman.
They made a quick decision there. That was the key, and now they want to go no huddle. Go quick.
Well, before they can, whistles again. Ben Beck, the other name we should call, Tom, brought over. He was with Rodney Mooney during some of the stops that he made before he headed to Wilson. A lot of returners on this staff for Dorman, coming back to Dorman from various other places that they worked their way to along the way. Mentioned a little addition defensively. Andy Holman, defensive coordinator at TR, who has come back here and is a part of this staff. So few new faces on the Dorman staff that will help him continue to build in the direction that Coach Morris plans to take this program that he loves so much. You know, I found it interesting that one of the things Jabo Shaw said to us about Dorman and playing them in the 7-on-7, and here's a guy who came across the state line with fresh eyes and a new perspective, and he said the one thing you noticed about Dorman, not only were they athletic, not only were they well coached, it meant something to them, the jersey they were wearing and the colors they were representing. That's what made the difference in his mind right away. And that's certainly true when you think about a Dorman guy through and through being on that sideline. High praise from an opponent for sure. Here come the Cavaliers. And around, going to be shuffled out of bounds before he can reach the 40-yard line. Positive gain there. It's one of the host of skill players, Chase Cheeks,
whose names we will call tonight.
Man, that's really a good job. We'll get one more look at it here, a little jet sweep stuff, and he had a chance to get tackled a couple of times there, and he was able to break at least 2 and got some pretty good yardage there when that could have been a play that resulted in a loss.
Face mask.
Don't look now, a face
15
mask
yards from the end of
on the offensive
First
unit
down.
is going to back Dorman up and negate the work of Chase Cheeks there.
Right.
Chase Cheeks and Jarvis Pearson, a couple of guys they talk about who are seniors coming back, that in the case of Cheeks was a role player. In the case of Pearson, they're looking for an expanded role from. A couple of guys out of this playmaker unit that they look for much impact from this year. Of course, that Pearson name sounds familiar. It should. His dad, Gary, an outstanding running back here. Jarvis Pearson, of course, now the second of those boys following in the Pearson family footsteps. He wears jersey number 2. Look for him throughout tonight as well. Up top, and that is caught. Here's the familiar name, Arcega Whiteside, inside the 5-yard line. That's Keenan Arcega Whiteside, the latest to bore that name and wear this jersey, putting Dorman in business on the doorstep.
Yeah, 6'5", 175, long strider. Rice commit, has time to throw. That's the key. Boy, that's right on the money, and the big guy taking it almost to the end zone.
After the face mask penalty, Dorman goes right to the air. And now looking at 1st and goal from just outside the 2-yard line. There's Means. He has both Cavalier touchdowns. And he caps this drive, which is marked by the 75-yard connection between O'Neal and Arcega Whiteside. Means pays it off, and Dorman is back out front.
Well, nicely done. Bouncing back from the penalty. It's been a choppy first half for both teams to a certain extent. Haven't got much consistency or into the flow of the ball game, but they've been able to put some of that behind them and been able to get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, with just inside 10 to play in the opening half. Dorman once again pushes out front by a score. And Ransom Farr's kick is true to make it a 14-7 lead. Major connection. What Dorman fans folks will be the first of many between O'Neal and Whiteside. Sets it up. Well, they are smiling at Dorman High School after a second touchdown of the young season. Here is our nth degree orthodontics smile cam. Our smile cams across the course of the season brought to you by nth degree orthodontics. Well, one of the reasons that they're smiling here, the latest of the Arcega Whitesides and the connection made with that gentleman, Bryce O'Neal, finding Keenan Arcega Whiteside. Of course, that's a familiar name in these parts. You remember an Arcega Whiteside, right?
And I have done some games over here over the years. J.J. Arcega Whiteside as well, and Stanford, and had a highly successful career there, and drafted into the National Football League. So carrying on that football name.
Coach Mars talking about what Keenan Arcega Whiteside has worked through. Of course, lost his mom last December, who was a coach here, basketball coach. He said, I remember when he was knee-high. And I was in my playing day seeing him around here and just knowing him that far back and seeing him roll on through and have the type of career he's had. You know, a guy they talk about as a Mr. Football finalist, an all-region performer, top 75 guy who's going to be playing at Rice in the future.
Rice,
Headed to Rice as a Rice commit. He certainly is a guy they're looking for another tremendous breakout year from.
One of the great academic schools in the country as well. You know, we've done a lot of games over here at Dorman over the years, and you go back to the Adam Humphreys and Jerome Peaks of the world, and Coach Gutschall, and the great job that he did here. And they kind of got that into the Wildcat. I'm not sure if they called that the Wildcat here, but they were
Gator they called it.
I mean, unbelievably successful when they got near the goal line.
Yeah, it was something to see, that particular package. Return from the 10-yard line for Greenville. He's had a good day so far, Wallace, but very little room for him to work with. He'll take over on the 15.
Boy, nice job by Donovan Anderson in addition to Brockman Johnson as well.
Yeah, Tom, take a look at this. Kept anything from happening whatsoever. As holding on for dear life to make the stop was Donovan Anderson, a name we'll call time and again tonight for Dorman. Well, thanks Boughton and Company had an answer in the early stages of this quarter. Now behind by 7 once more. Greenville's offense takes over. Another offense liking to use the tight end. You think about how effectively the Dorman teams did that over the years. You know, Tom, you talk about the success here. Champions in 2000, champions in 2009. Who can forget that head-to-head with Spartanburg and in the highest stakes? Played for a handful of championships in addition to that under Coach Gutschall. And in recent years, I mean, I think they were a 2-point conversion away at once.
Yep.
They were right down on the goal line, and on another occasion have taken a couple of those Dutch Fork titles away. But boy, 2000 and 2009, the years they still talk about here at Dorman High School, where the ultimate payoff came. Stays on the ground for Greenville and Kyler Zimmerman, who's been effective thus far. Zimmerman, to this point, has carried it 9 times. Just 18 yards, but one of those carries was for the touchdown for Greenville. He and the Red Raiders facing 3rd down 6.
I think at this point, it's a pretty big play right now. It's a 14-7 game. Dorman has the lead with midway, approaching the midway point of the second period. If they are forced to punt, could come up with good field position. If you catch the ball.
Going to be a false start. This will back Greenville up a bit. Just one more thought on Coach Dave Gutschall, legendary head coach, the West Virginian who made his mark in both North Carolina and South Carolina from an overall wins and state championship standpoint. One of the greatest to ever do it. And, you know, Coach Morris called the offense for him at JV and for the freshman team. And he said he's still heavily involved in everything that happens here. He said, you know, there used to be the Friday morning laundry sessions. We would do laundry together, and he would ask me, what were you thinking on that play? What were you thinking on this play? He said, now they're the Saturday morning phone calls. No longer the Friday morning laundry sessions, now the Saturday morning phone calls. But his fingerprint still very much felt on this program. Pressure from that Dorman front, but how about this? A flag comes in after Greenville works across the 25. It looks as if this is coming back, though the Red Raiders had it up near the marker. Working it to Zimmerman again. There's that touch for Zimmerman out of the backfield, Tom. One of the things that you expect to be a big part of the Greenville offensive attack this year. But body language indicates it's going to be for naught. We await the call from our referee, Charles Grissom.
Yeah, Jason, you mentioned those Dorman.
There was no
teams
foul.
that got to the championship.
Wait a minute. Wave it off. Well, you bring the football all the way up to the 26 in that case on the gain from Zimmerman. And Greenville will face a 3rd down and short.
Now, they set the screen up there very effectively. Got a good chunk of that back, and now they have that opportunity to keep it right along.
Well, check that. 4th down and short. After all that, get to check over the down mark and make sure we get that right. He came up just short, and the kicking unit comes on for Greenville. Not only does Lane Steck handle the kicking responsibilities, he also handles the punting responsibilities when Boughton is not pooching one like we saw earlier in the game. And he's standing back at his 11-yard line. Well, they are going to measure this. Greenville had already sent the kicking unit out there, and now going to call everybody back over to the sideline while the officials make sure it is in fact 4th down. As they stretch out the chains, it still appears about a yard shy.
You know, you're kind of running through the numbers there, and Dutch Fork got in the way of a lot of the teams. T.L. Hanna, Dorman, and then Gaffney finally beat him after Dutch Fork had won 5 in a row. Gaffney beat him 22-19. But
back on top again last year. They have owned the 5A. Yes, they have owned the 5A portion of South Carolina football history under Tom Nance.
2017 through 2019, Dorman was 37-6 and 17-1 in conference play region.
And on 2 of those occasions, a play away from parlaying it into potential 3rd and potential 4th state championship. That's how good this Cavaliers program has been in recent history.
Hey.
Offense back out there on 4th down. And deciding to keep it himself, eluding the initial tackler and getting the 1st down is Boughton. Well, you talk about a confidence builder for your young quarterback. There it is.
Yep. You know, I thought when it was just shy that Jabo Shaw might go for it, but I mean, and then decided during that particular time out there to go for it and just high snap. There was some pressure, but able to get that 1st down.
Jabo Shaw's dad, of course, a legendary coach in Georgia. Of course, coached both of his boys. Connor Shaw, who you know, those of you who followed football in South Carolina, who was a wide receiver for Jabo when he was the quarterback for their dad, interestingly enough.
How about that?
And they built powers at the likes of Rabun County, where he would follow his father as the head coach for 3 years, and then made the move for a couple of years to additional location to rehabilitate another program, but now making the journey across the line to Greenville County and Greenville High School, one of the historic programs here in the upstate, in an effort to keep the train moving there in downtown Greenville. Trying to do so on this drive. He'll toss it out, Will Boughton, to Stewart. And spinning around, he gets back near the line of scrimmage, and that's all.
Yeah, really good coverage. First off by Braden Gravely, the strong safety. Then they got to help the defensive lineman, Keshard Harris. You see him there sliding over to help make the play. And Coach Shaw was telling us, Jason, that his dad, they had to build that program up to where it finally was highly successful, and they were able to do that.
Yeah, from scratch. He had to do the same thing at Wayne County, both at Rabun with his dad, and then at Wayne, once he made the stop over there for 2 years. Went 17-7 in 3A classification there at Wayne County after helping build things with his father there at Rabun County. You may remember the name Matthew Fuller, who's now at the University of South Carolina. He was a running back, that Wayne County group, and talk about building it around your personnel. He was one of the main reasons they decided to slow it down a bit as opposed to spread it all out.
The tackles.
You got a guy like Matthew Fuller that'll help you make those type of decisions, but you know, he's a guy who's shown his ability to adjust wherever he has been found. And in those 2 rebuilds, 35-5 in his time as the head coach at Rabun, and then of course quarterfinal trip in that opening campaign. Ended up taking Wayne deep into the playoffs as well. Jabo Shaw had a great story about his dad. The year his dad retired and he took over as the head coach. And he said, Dad, when he retired, he wasn't even in the stadium. He was behind the fence and up on the hill, just kind of didn't want to be a complete part of it. Quarterback's going to hang on to it. Ends up dumping it out to Zimmerman near side, and he's near 1st down yardage up at the 43-yard line. You're going to love this. He said 3 games into the season, my dad is up in the press box. He's moved from beyond the fence to up in the press box. A few more games into the season, he's on headset. Look at the job that his quarterback does. One thing they were known for, the Shaw family there, the way they train those quarterbacks up, and then they get it in the hands of the experienced back. He said, then we get to the playoffs, and I look down, and not only is he on the sideline and on headset, he's trying to call a timeout in the quarterfinal playoff game. When it's in your blood, it's in your blood. His dad's still coaching tonight in the state of Georgia. Loose near side, latest to those quarterbacks under the direction of the Shaw family down the sideline, and Banks Boughton has Greenville in striking distance again. What a run by the young QB.
I'll tell you what, this is a resilient drive by this Greenville High team. And high snap, he got it, the O-line got it blocked, and again, he get out and shows his speed down the sideline, and able to run him down, not before he got a big gain. So after a nice response after Dorman had taken the lead.
47 yards on that scamper by Boughton. And now on first down from the 10, why not go back to Zimmerman with all that size and ability? And he gets him a little closer to the goal line. It's an impressive looking player at 5'9". A couple of hundred, and you hope he's just going to be a little slow to get up there, and that's all. He does work his way off to the sideline in a little bit of a limp. He is so key to this season for Greenville.
No, he is, and we talked about the experience that he does bring and the toughness as well. And you see it up inside there, and just gets up over the top and planted hard there. And able to get a good gain there. I've been impressed with the variety in the play calling. Utilize the quarterback, get it up inside as well. They throw him the screen, they got it out, try to set it up on the edge as well, and trying to get in the end zone right here.
Looking to tie it again. Why not? It worked to get down there. There is a flag now at the 4-yard line, though Boughton is celebrating as if the touchdown is a foregone conclusion. May have to line them up once again. The flag is near side, just inside the 5. They have kept the men in stripes busy thus far tonight. Dorman indicating it will be against Greenville.
Get ball foul. False start. White. Second down.
It's just it's been choppy. There hasn't been a consistent flow at all. And sometimes you get that in the first couple of games, and you'll see the false start here.
There's the early movement. Brings the football back to the shadow of the 10-yard line. Boughton. Personnel in the game, including Javion Henderson at this point. Now he's going to trot over to the sidelines as Boughton to stay on the same page. Henderson coming in after the departure of Zimmerman, who had carried the load on the ground. Henderson, who served as with the tight end, an inside threat. But because of a growth spurt, the length he's put together, they'll utilize him different ways this year. Pressure from that defensive front for Dorman to clamp it up. And they cover up Boughton.
Yeah, Contavious Anderson again comes off that backside, got around the left tackle, and he was able to pressure, nowhere to go, forced it back inside and made the tackle himself. Nice job.
How many times have we seen Anderson in the middle of things already? Led the team among returners with 58 tackles a season ago.
15 yards from the end of the run. Third
Should
down.
be in that role again. And boy, this is going to make it even tougher on Greenville. What looked so solid. A scoring opportunity has Jabo Shaw and company now dialing up plays from all the way back at the 27-yard line.
Remember the play, there was a touchdown. It was called back because of a penalty, and the ensuing pair of plays going the wrong way.
Remember the opening drive when it looked like the Red Raiders were in position to take the lead, when everything was halted by a series of penalties. Dorman's going to take a timeout ahead of 3rd down and goal from the 27. We will break away as well, find out what happens on the balance of this drive on the other side. Carolina Furniture Concepts. Over $5 million of furniture in stock, ready to deliver to you. Visit their Arden and Waynesville showrooms or go online at carolinafurnitureconcepts.com. From the leading coach going in on the Carolina Furniture Concepts Coaches Corner, you can look at both coaches. Coach Morris first. There is Jabo Shaw. In his first year, Coach Morris in his second season at Greenville and Dorman, respectively. Two great young coaches. Boy, you think about the bright futures for those two and the impact they should have on this game in this location for a long time to come. Coach Shaw's Greenville team backed up. It is 3rd and goal from the 27. But remember, Boughton having already scampered for 47 on this drive. Taking a while to get the play off at the 4:29 mark. Flags fly again.
Dead ball foul. False start.
The men in stripes getting their exercise and their money's worth. Another false start that will back Greenville up even further. Going to be 3rd and goal from beyond the 30.
Take a look at it there. A lot of movement going on. And a little bit confused there, and that's coming out of the timeout. Right now, I think for both teams, you're looking for a little bit more consistency into the flow of the game.
Somewhat young but talented offensive line figuring it out. Here's the pressure. Able to get it to Wallace underneath. Sully Wallace, though, just a yard or so after the catch. And 4th and goal is coming from the 29.
Tell you what, that's a really good job by Brayton Melton, the defensive lineman. 6'2", 260, set up the screen. He's coming backside to make that tackle. 29 tackles a year ago, 5 tackles for loss, a couple quarterback sacks along the way. So come back from a year ago.
Melton has offers from Limestone, UVA Wise to play at the next level. Had a great camp. They talk about the summer he put together now in his senior campaign. A guy who played nose guard a good bit for Dorman a year ago. One of the key returners on that offensive or defensive line, I should say. Tyrese Johnson there. Shark Harris, who was on JV last year, and James Porter working into his own. They'll work Christian Waring in. I mean, it is a revolving door in a positive way on that defensive line for Dorman. Timeout being called for ahead of 4th down. You got a really strong leg, Tom. This is some distance for a high school kicker, but a really strong leg in laying stick on that Greenville side of things. And a 4th down and goal to go coming up.
Well, Steck a year ago, 29 of 29 and PAT, 6 of 9 field goal. He had a long of 44. And our conversation with Shaw this week is he's got that kind of distance, if not a little bit more. So we'll see what transpires here. But both those gentlemen we visited to this week had also said there's much more than winning. It's the development of players.
That's what it's all about. Well, a reminder, you'll see some of those players coming up at the half. We've got the Spartanburg Community College halftime report that is coming up for you at the break. You'll hear from our coaches on the front end and back end of the halftime report. As I said, learned a lot more about some of those players. Yeah, you love the acronym that Coach Jabo Shaw passed along as he has his family gathered up around him here. He said, all about family for us. He said, you know, may come off maybe a little less than, you know, the most enlightening thing you've ever heard. He said, but it's what we live by, family, and the acronym, forget about me, I'll love you. And in yielding themselves to one another and looking out for the best interest of your teammate, he said that family approach is what served him at every stop, and he sees those same signs here at Greenville High. 4th down and goal from right around the 30. We'll see what that family can dial up here. It's going to be just out of the reach as they tried to set up the screen, see if perhaps they could find some open real estate for Jacarion Stewart, but it was not to be, and Dorman takes over at the 3:36 mark. If there are 2 drives Greenville's going to circle, it's the opening drive and now this one, both of which penalties became the issue late in their pursuit of points.
Yeah, had a big pass reception. Folks just joined us down the 1-yard line. That one was called back. They had a 4-yard run for a touchdown. That was called back. Eventually what you saw there. And again, it was Melton, the defensive end at 260 that dropped back in and kind of helped to break up that screen pass, a little bubble screen inside, which if he makes that catch, you might get some good numbers.
Now Dorman goes to work offensively. Cavaliers so far in this first period with an even 200 total yards, 104 of them passing, 96 of them rushing. And the two scores, both of them of the rushing variety, both of them belonging to Nick Means. Well, here's a look at McCorian Anderson at the quarterback position. Remember, going to be a two-headed monster at quarterback. Bryce O'Neal, who we've seen for the majority of the game thus far as the starter, and McCorian Anderson, who they are very high on because of his athletic ability and his explosive tendencies, Tom.
Yeah, going to get that champ an opportunity to play in the ball game here tonight, and anticipated that would happen. You've just got to get the old baptism under fire, as the cliche goes, and play into the lights on Friday night.
He told us he is a talented sophomore that is a two-watch player. He's one of those guys to watch in the upstate of South Carolina. Going to get better year by year, and what a compliment he will be to what we've already seen from Bryce O'Neal for Dorman.
Had a chance there with Chase Cheeks, just missed him over the middle.
Dorman a quick possession. Still under 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes to go for Greenville to work with. And with the incomplete pass, the clock stopped right there. Return man at the 31. He'll let this bounce, and it'll keep rolling for Dorman. Down to the 23-yard line, and that's where it's blown dead. Greenville with 2:47 to take for a spin. An offense showing some quick strike capability already, though not in the finishing stages of the touchdowns, but in setting up some tremendous drives. If you look at the numbers right now, Tom, I mentioned right at 200 yards for Dorman, 177 yards total for Greenville, 61 through the air, 116 on the ground. So the numbers are fairly even. The reason we're separated by just one score on the scoreboard.
These two teams played last year at Serene Stadium in Greenville. And Red Raiders able to come away with a win on that.
Coming into this environment a year later, ball is on the ground, and Dorman indicating they have gathered it up. And this will be a huge scoring opportunity for the Cavaliers if that's the case. Coming out of there with the football is Dorman. And how about this, Tom? Big takeaway for Dorman.
Javion Bell able to come up with it. The ball kicks out of there, and there's a major league scramble for it. And we'll get two different looks at it. Allard takes it in there with a helmet knocked out of there by Drew Darby, the linebacker, and then able to jump on that ball with Bill.
Yeah, Drew Darby, the lone returning linebacker. He was the catalyst for that. 40-plus tackles a year ago. Big play here. Dorman quickly up top. Touchdown. One play needed for the Cavaliers as the connection is made with Chase Cheeks on the far side to extend Dorman's lead to its high water mark on the night. Talk about taking advantage of a turnover.
Wow.
Dorman with a quick strike.
He sets up there. I mean, that's beautifully thrown. And he got it out in front of him and just let him run under it. Well done. Blocked up front as well, so very well executed and taking a deep shot.
24-yard touchdown toss to Chase Cheeks. And the Dorman Cavaliers now out front 21-7 as they capitalize on the Greenville miscue, cashing in the turnover and giving them something to run up and down the goal line about here at Dorman High School. Boy, how things changed in the blink of an eye there, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, here was Greenville driving down. They thought they had the game tied, or at least within one, with the ensuing PAT. And a couple of penalties later, they were unable to get anything on the board. They did a pretty good job defensively, and then all of a sudden they forced a turnover, and up top and able to get the touchdown. That quickly becomes a 21-7 game.
Don't let the touchdown toss from McCorian Anderson go unnoticed, as he on the first play is able to drop one right in the breadbasket of Chase Cheeks, who comes away with the score. Dorman a single play and just 6 seconds off the game clock. 227 total yardage now for a Dorman team out front, 21-7 on the score.
I mean, that's amazing. You can drive it all the way down the field and eat up clock, and then all of a sudden you turn it over, and 6 seconds later you find yourself down by 2 touchdowns.
Couple of runs by means, put the Cavaliers up 7-0 and then 14-7. And now 21-7 off the touchdown reception from Cheeks. How about both quarterbacks involved in engineering those drives? Bryce O'Neal with the drives capped by the means rushes. And Anderson with the quickest of the possessions tonight. Greenville looking for some type of answer. Still 2.5 to work with in the opening half of action. You mentioned that win at Serene Stadium, one of the great venues for high school football in the upstate historically a year ago. Flags come in, as you could see, just where the jersey was grabbed. And you would think this is going to add a little more for a Greenville team trying to strike late in the half.
Yeah, nice job by Anthony Jackson there. And took it up, got it to the outside, and got a hold of the back of the jersey there. With 2:28 to go here in the first half and down 21-7. It's a pretty important drive, I think, for the Red Raiders.
Yeah, in very different ways for these teams when you reference Serene as they walk this off. It actually is going to be against Greenville, holding on the return. So it'll back up the Red Raiders, just when it looked like from the celebration on that sideline, Greenville thought they were inching toward pay dirt. They'll have a little more distance between themselves and the goal line. It's going to be at the 23. You look at the venue here, the environment, this is like, and better than in many ways, some small colleges at Dorman. Pristine and fine facilities for some time here in South Carolina. And you think about all the history at Serene. Well, this is a Greenville team that won titles 1943, 1953, 1963. Furman played there for the longest time, and it has remained, through its renovations, one of the great locations for high school football in the upstate.
Got it out on the
premier
edge.
programs going toe-to-toe here. And new coaches adding their mark and their fingerprints to the history between these two schools. Under 2 minutes to play. Ball on the ground again. Dorman scrambling for it one more time, and it appears the Cavaliers have it. Another late first half takeaway for Dorman.
Wow. Just a little bit of a fumble there, and it's Daryl Packer, a linebacker, who's able to get on at 5'8", 170, a junior. When we're looking at it here, as it bounces away, and that man getting a chance to play late in the first half is right on it. 2 good looks, just a little problem there.
And keep in mind, Kyler Zimmerman had to come out of the football game. He's the experienced back for the Greenville High Red Raiders. And suddenly a little bit of trouble with the handle for Greenville on more than one occasion. And here's Dorman, having scored on one play on the previous drive. A 24-yard touchdown toss to Chase Cheeks. Setting up on the 24, no less, once more. This one going to be carried forward by Bryce O'Neal. Minimal, the gain for O'Neal. Maybe a couple. Clock will wind under 90 seconds left in the half.
Jacob Christie able to make the play there.
The Dorman team in position to carry a 3-score lead into the locker room after what was a tight contest just moments ago. Working for some open space is Keenan Arcega-Whiteside. Gets it inside the 20. A minute and change remaining with 3rd and short coming.
And Bradley Lucas comes over and will make the play there to break a tackle in the open two.
Conversion on 3rd down. They go to Means, who has the 2 touchdown runs tonight. He'll move the chains in between the hashes at the 12-yard line, and now Dorman to hurry just a bit. Clock at 52. Back to Means, but boy, is he swallowed up. There is Anakin Alms, guy who transitioned from outside linebacker with track level speed, and a special kid. They talk about the engine that keeps him ticking and with which he plays, and that's a big moment.
That's a big play. You mentioned there's a couple guys in the secondary that are track guys as well, so they've got really good speed. And Greenville also has a pair of players that are pretty good basketball players decided to play football this year.
Yeah, a couple of guys that came back from basketball careers, including the point guard on the basketball team who's a part of the Greenville roster now. A couple of guys that, because of their length and because of their athletic ability, they brought back. Of course, we called Shell's name tonight, Arkeith Shell, who is the point guard on the basketball team, one of a couple of different players who are working their way back into some football moments. You know, you got those athletes in school at these 5A classification locations. You're going to find a way to use their ability. Certainly the secondary with all those track stars and basketball stars, Greenville is going to be just that, very athletic on the defensive side of the ball. All right, timeout. Take us inside the huddle here.
Well, this is a situation where if you're Greenville, you need to keep them out of the end zone right now. You're kind of facing a difficult situation down by 14. You've turned the ball over a couple times, and they've been able to take advantage of that here late, 2nd and 11.
Looking up top, more pressure. This time it's the Greenville defensive front that gets the job done. You see the reaction and the celebration that is coming in there from John Connors as he lets it be known how that play turned out. Slap of the helmet.
Blue.
As with 26.5 to play, Dorman is now going to have to take a timeout. Look at the push here.
Yeah, he and Josh Simmons, I think, got in there as well, but forced it and then able to make that tackle. Wouldn't allow him to get out of the pocket. So a good combination there to be able to make that play. So 2 really good defensive plays here down the stretch.
Well, that was Jacob Christie, Tom, who made that pressure from the outside. Remember, they talk about a kid who loves playing with the Greenville uniform on, that it means so much to him. A guy who was a starter as a sophomore last year. And what they say, he goes 100 miles an hour. Well, foot on the accelerator worked out well that time. A guy who had 25 tackles, 1 for a loss a year ago. It was a preseason all-region selection. Jacob Christie making his presence known alongside of the celebration from John Connors there, who was also on the scene wearing jersey number 22. Now, you called for it. I mean, think about how things have changed for Greenville of late. It looked like it was destined to be 14 all. 1st and goal scenario. Instead, Dorman on the verge of making it 3 possession, and it's all happened in the final 2 minutes plus of the half.
Take care of football.
A couple of untimely turnovers, you said it. 3rd down play, Dorman for the reverse. Trying to get the block on the perimeter. Some room, and still on his feet to the 5, that is all. Now remember, Dorman needed the 2-yard line for a 1st down, so with 17 seconds remaining in the half, Cavaliers with some decisions to make.
A nice job there to get it out on the perimeter. And big yardage there to give themselves an opportunity for a touchdown. And if not that, a very much more makeable field goal.
Well, it's supposed to be 4th down. The marker on the far side says 1st down. It's going to be of little consequence as it's a touchdown. Carrying it in is Bryce O'Neal, and Dorman has extended the lead to 3 possessions. There's some discussion going on the far side there, Tom, as you get one more look at the touchdown run. There was a bit of an issue with the down marker. The coaches in the Greenville box were acknowledging it and somewhat focused on it. Whether it was 1st or 4th, number 4 carried it in. But that was a little bit of confusion on the front end of that play that you might have noticed happening with the chain crew on the far side. Cavaliers cash in the turnover once more. The extra point is true, and with 14 seconds remaining in the opening half, literally in the blink of an eye, there have been some push-ups to handle. And Dorman is now up 3 scores.
Yeah, like you're 18 years old or 16 years old and do those. Yeah, Dorman scored 3 touchdowns after Greenville got a touchdown with 11:53 to go to tie it at 7. It was 14-7, then had an opportunity to get it to 14-14. Penalties pushed it back, and then at the 2:31 and 14-second marks, able to get touchdowns, and one with a 24-yard touchdown pass, Anderson to Cheeks, and then I tell you, that was a big play on the reverse that able to get the ball down there near the goal line that provided that opportunity to get the touchdown. That was Deshaun Watkins Hines, 6'1", 170 sophomore, young guy they really like as well. And he was able to get it on the sideline
provide opportunity for them to get the touchdown, which they did.
First rushing touchdown of the year for Bryce O'Neal, and it's worth underscoring the first of those touchdowns, late second period, coming with 2.5 minutes to play. This one coming with seconds to play, and you'll get to hear just how much the coaching staff for Dorman has enjoyed the closing stanza of this half, because as a part of our Carolina Furniture Concepts Coaches Corner feature, you will hear from head coach Jake Morris, headed to the locker room momentarily. A little bit of time to work with for Greenville, trying for some type of spark on the return, but up across the 20 is just about all that's available to carry on Stewart. 8 seconds remain, and they have to feel like they've been riding some kind of bull these last few minutes here, right? With 8 seconds on the clock, Greenville seeing everything come unraveled. A couple of turnovers and a late Dorman surge to capitalize. Deep in Greenville territory both times to take command of the football game for now. Out. Finds no angle, and it'll be lost yardage as he's rushed out of bounds. Just 3 seconds left on the clock. Everything's sealed off by James Porter there. One of those talented young players, a sophomore with really good size for Dorman, sealing things off, forcing 2nd and 14. Boy, the closing stages of this second period. Tuck them away in the back of your mind, because that is where the game has turned to this point.
And it did quickly.
Perhaps the final play of the half. Boughton. Time runs out. He's taken down inside the 15. Handful of late scores for Dorman, capitalizing on a couple of Greenville miscues when it looked like it was going to be 14-14 perhaps at the half. Dorman instead carries a 28-7 lead into the locker room after seeing the numbers climb in the closing stages. The Dorman head coach now standing by with Nelson.
This corner brought to you by Carolina Furniture Concepts. So, Coach, I got to tell you, the last couple of minutes were pretty exhilarating. You guys up by 3 touchdowns right now, and sporadically throughout the first half. Defense put up some solid stops as well. How you feeling right about now?
I mean, I feel good. Offense played great. We got to keep getting the ball. So defense, we got to get off the field. We're getting a little too long to drives right there. Overall, though, I'm pretty pleased with our performance. We just got to keep executing.
So what would be the message to the boys in the locker room for the second half, Coach?
Finish. Keep your foot on the gas. We got to finish the game.
All right. Coach, good luck in the second half. Yes, sir. Back to you, Tom. Back to you, Jason.
Well, there's that word again. He said there's no doubt our team is having fun. The other word we're focusing on is making sure they finish. Well, they're focusing on it with gusto to this point. Dorman carries a 28-7 lead into the locker room, and Coach Morris and his crew looking to build upon what's been a solid start to this one. You want to stick around. Halftime show coming up here on Friday Night Rivals.
Welcome back to Friday Night Rivals here on the Bojangles pregame show. Joining us is the RB Scholar athlete winner from Greenville High School, Mr. Hunter Taylor. Hunter, welcome to the show, my man.
Thank you. Welcome. I'm excited.
All right. We're excited to have you here.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations on the win as well, buddy.
Thank you.
Now, Hunter, you don't have to ask you the most dual important question of the day. A, what position do you play in football? And B, what are your thoughts on tonight's game?
I play offensive tackle. I'm really excited for tonight. It's great to get back on the field. I feel really good. Our team's worked really hard all summer. We got a new coaching staff, really excited to show everybody what we can do.
It does sound pretty exciting. Now, I gather you are racked up an array of accomplishments in the sport of football. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Talk to us about that.
I've got a couple all-region awards. I got the leadership award last year. I have a couple offers from some D1 schools. Yes, sir, something like that.
Speaking of offers, I understand you also have now accepted an offer from Furman. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, what are you planning on studying?
I'm still not sure right now. Probably something in business or finance. That's what really intrigues me. So.
Very nice and impressive. Now, I gather you are also an academic superstar as well, Mr. 4.8 GPA.
Yes, sir.
Mr. National Honor Society. Mr. Beta Club as well. Is all that correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about your participation in the Beta Club and the National Honor Society.
Yes, sir. It's been good. It's been fun. Get to do some service hours each year and get to help around in the community, which has been fun and cool to do.
It does sound pretty fun and cool. I like that. And speaking of the topics of fun and cool, I gather you are an also avid outdoorsman. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're a hunter and you're a fisherman. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What do you like hunting and what do you like fishing for?
I like to hunt deer and turkey, and I like to fish for crappie and bass, really anything.
You know, I have to ask you a very important follow-up question. Are you any good?
Yes, sir. I think I'm pretty good.
So you're the goat at that?
I wouldn't say the goat. I would say I'm all right, though.
You're on your way, though.
Yes, sir.
Good stuff indeed. Well, Hunter, once again, good luck on the field tonight, and more importantly, you are RB Scholar athlete winner for this week.
Thank you.
Good luck in all your future endeavors as well.
Thank you.
All right. RBs, we have the meats. We'll be back in just a moment, folks. Well, hello there, everybody. Thank y'all so much for tuning in to tonight's Friday Night Rivals football game. Joining us today is our good friend all the way from Ingalls Markets, Miss Taylor Newhouse. Taylor, are you loving the game so far?
Absolutely. It's been a fun one to watch.
It has been a fun one to watch. Now, what are you anticipating? An explosive finish, I hope?
We always hope for an explosive finish, but definitely an interesting game.
All right, we got to talk at the end of the game then.
Absolutely.
Now, let's talk about high school athletics in general, because from what I understand, Ingalls Markets, y'all have had a long-standing and robust partnership, not just with our organization, but the entire community as a whole. Let's talk about the dynamics of that partnership.
Absolutely. We kind of gravitate towards athletics because we feel like it's a great way to reach our communities. But we're with these kids all the way from that first day of elementary school all the way through college. So we're really following them, but athletics is a good way to bring it all together because everyone loves a Friday night football game.
They do indeed, including you and I. That's
Absolutely.
right. So it sounds like you guys really do bridge that link between academics and athletics. Am I correct to assume that?
Yes, definitely. We're there to support children through their entire educational experience.
Speaking of supporting children, y'all have people who come into y'all stores and they end up working for y'all, people who you go to church with. I mean, this really is a tight-knit community. Is that right?
Absolutely. Ingalls is a beacon in all of our communities, and we love to get people in and out of the store, especially these kids that are working at our stores, our athletes and students in the schools that we support as well.
That's indeed right. Well, Haley, you know what time it is. It's time to get back to some football.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. We'll see you guys next time on Friday Night Rivals.
Welcome back to Spartanburg County, the Spartanburg Community College halftime report. The crew out of Spartanburg County pulling away toward the end of that first half, and the numbers will show it. 28-7 Cavaliers over the Red Raiders. And so many of these numbers that we're about to look at here, Tom, they came along after a couple of turnovers late that Dorman parlayed into some key scores.
Yeah, Dorman able to get 252 total yards and relatively balanced there, and that's what they're looking for. And, you know, from Greenville, I thought they said predicted certain things well early on. They were able to get 106 on the ground, 65 pass, and, you know, still 171, but the turnovers is one of the big keys in the game.
Bryce O'Neal, a big key as well. He's 7 of 7 for 110 yards. Perfect 7 of 7 through the air. Anderson also made his mark. That dual quarterback scenario for Dorman paying dividends. Let's look at some of the highlights from this first half. You're going to notice those turnovers and the cash-it-in moments for Dorman. This is, though, the bright spot to this point. Kyler Zimmerman, whose health we watch, who had to leave after rushing for a touchdown for Greenville. Means had the 2 early touchdowns for the Cavaliers, and then it was a little bit of everything.
Yeah, how about after that turnover, the pass for 24 yards for a touchdown, and they're able to get it back again, and Neal takes it in. So the situations right there late in the first half really made a big difference in the game. There goes Means again. That was early on in the contest, and that's kind of set the scene, the stage for Dorman early on in the ball.
The O'Neal rushing touchdown, one of the Nick Means rushing touchdowns. Images of the lead Dorman has built at the half. 28-7. Cavaliers out front at the break. Well, a nice night in the upstate of South Carolina. Dorman High School, always a gracious host, one of our favorite places to come year in and year out. And tonight they started off with somewhat of a county line rivalry. Greenville Red Raiders crossing over from Greenville County, just a short drive over, and right in the thick of things in the early stages here, but Dorman beginning to pull away in the latter part of the second half. Gives us a chance to revisit our keys. You talked about the belief. It's certainly there for Greenville, but the early emotion didn't quite translate into as many points as they might have.
Yeah, and both teams kind of, couldn't get any flow going very early on. But, you're still in the ball game. You're still a 7-7 ball game at a certain point. And Dorman was hoping for a good start. They did take the lead, and they really increased that in the second, taking advantage of some turnovers. And then they execute the game plan. And finish is the other one that probably should be on there as well, that we visited this week with Coach Morris about last year, and they went 3-8, and we know the great history here at Dorman. Just the third time since 1993 they had a losing season, so they want to be able to finish this one as well.
Well, and Coach Morris knows what it means to be a part of those winning campaigns and the state championship history and his time here. We mentioned his personal connections to Coach Gutshaw. He gave a nod to Dabo Sweeney, the Clemson head coach, who said in the early stages of his time that he kept a notebook of all the different guys he had been under and worked with.
Right.
He said that about the three head coaches at North Greenville, under whose tutelage he was. He said it about Coach Gutshaw here at Dorman for years. He said, I kept a notebook of all the things that I needed to learn from those mentors in my life. He said, not only about the football piece of it, but also about, turning men into great members of society, of making sure that the CPR, which was one of Coach Jamie Chadwell's encouragements to his teams over the years, the CPR, the coach-player relationship was what it needed to be for a lifetime from a development standpoint. So he talked about making sure he kept a notebook of the things he wanted to do during his time. And he said, a year ago, it moved so fast that I've made it an intentional point this year of slowing it down. And to do that and begin to get the type of start from his Cavaliers that he's received this time around, so very important. There's Dorman back out on the field. Of course, Jabo Shaw making use of the entirety of the extended halftime break to talk things over with his team, just now emerging from the locker room. There's a look at the Greenville High head coach, who no doubt was beginning to tweak some things and challenge his young men after the way the first half came to a close a moment ago. Boy, what history he brings to the table. And looks like he's coming over. We'll get a chance to visit with him on the Carolina Furniture Concepts Coaches Corner. But Coach Morris, who we were just talking about extensively there, Tom told us at the end of his halftime interview, finish was the key word. We'll see if his team can now do that in the second half. But it's going to be interesting to see what Coach Jabo Shaw has to say here as we visit with him, because his Greenville team, with 2 and change remaining in the opening half, was right there looking as if they were going in for the tying score, instead facing a bit of a deficit as we head into the second half of action. He's now standing by with Nelson. Here's the thoughts of Coach Shaw.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Jason. This is the Coach's Corner, brought to you by Carolina Furniture Concepts. So, Coach, talk to me now. What was the message to the boys in the locker room?
Yeah, in a game like this, you can't turn the football over, and you can't have a penalty inside the 10-yard line. That's what it boiled down to. Two turnovers right there that gave them the short field, and then we had a touchdown call back because of 2 just not very smart penalties. We just got to be better. We got to grow up faster.
All right, Coach. Good luck meeting your boys in the second half. Yes, sir. Back to you, Tom. Back to you, Jason.
Talks about growing up faster. He told us some great stories about his growing up years, right? Playing under a legendary coach, his father, and then coaching, as we talked about a little bit, under him as well in the early stages of his career. Of course, he and his brother, Connor Shaw, who was a wide receiver as a sophomore, the quarterback. Jabo Shaw, the quarterback in the latter stages of his career. He said, one thing when we were growing up, even before then, as ball boys for Dad, he said, our heroes were not the guys in the NFL, not the guys at the college level. It was whoever Dad's quarterback was on a Friday night.
Absolutely. You're a guy from South Carolina. You probably grew up like that, didn't you, here in this part of the country? I'm from a small town in southeast Kansas. Those high school guys, you couldn't wait to put that jersey on and be part of that.
And he knows what it means for the G to be on the side of the helmet. He said he wants to restore that and continue that, the passing of the torch from these Greenville teams that have been so successful in recent years, and make it so that those kids coming along, that impressionable as he was, as Connor was, as all those that were in those young stages, ball boys in his dad's program, came through and learned the life skills they needed beyond just the football skills, about what it means to grow up and have a life worth chasing. That's what he wants to instill in these young men. And you got to believe it's going to be high times in Greenville under his leadership continuing.
You know, one of the guys that I saw play in my hometown was Bill Russell. Eventually replaced Maury Wills at shortstop for the Los Angeles Dodgers. He became the manager of the LA Dodgers. So it's one of those things like you never know. So you really you love the big guys that were at the high school level, but still like Madeline Maris, though.
Well, now his real hero came from Raven County with him as well, is Briley. That's the wife, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And he talks about her. She went to UGA, so they got all those thick Georgia connections. And the G on the side of the helmet's familiar to her, right?
Yes,
as Georgia, she was a dental hygienist. Right now, they are celebrating tonight the 1 month old for the littlest in the Shaw family. The boy, just having been one first boy, he's got the 2 girls that are 4 and 2 years old, and they, along with the 1 month old tonight, somewhere in this facility being wrangled by Briley, the real hero, as he said, of the Shaw family. He called her a rock star, and that family fully supportive. He said nothing matches seeing players come off the practice field or off the game field, put their arm around my girls, or as time goes on, be there as an influencer to my boys. He said, and if you can create that type of family atmosphere, as his dad did. Said his dad talked about keeping a notebook on the Dorman side. He said he kept a notebook of all the letters of thanks and appreciation over the years. He said, nowadays I have to save text messages, but it's still what is about is the development of these young men. Well, Dorman's development on the football field on display in the late second period, and now on the jump start moment of the third quarter. How about this return to keep Dorman rolling?
I'll tell you what, the one thing we were getting ready to say is you need to kick it, you need to defend it, you need to get off the field, get it back to offense. Well, you know what? Aaron Gasaway had a different idea and showed his speed, got great blocks, set that up, and a really good effort to run him down there and avoid the touchdown to begin things with Messiah Butler.
Yeah, not Gasaway's only moment tonight. The senior having been in the thick of things more than once, and he sets Dorman up first down inside the red zone to pick up right where they left off. Remember, a couple of late touchdowns off turnovers as the closing stanza of the first half, and now Dorman looking to build a sizable advantage as Coach Morris and his crew look to keep the foot on the accelerator here in the third. Nice job to recover by Bryce O'Neal to maintain possession. You know, that really, in many ways, the difference in the game. Dorman has been able to grab the handle in tough moments, even on a bobble like this, and Greenville's had a little difficulty with it. No turnover for the Cavaliers. It stays with Dorman.
I tell you, that's a big play right there, just off the bat here.
That could be a momentum changer for sure, and instead, Bryce O'Neal, with all that experience, he was the quarterback throughout region play a year ago for Dorman. It pays off. He'll toss this near side, and NJ Fowler getting his number called. Remember, we told you about that stable of backs, the 3 of them. Means, who has scored the 2 touchdowns tonight. Fowler, who you just saw there, who had the game-winning touchdown against Boiling Springs a year ago. And Landrum, who's also going to be off the JV squad a year ago and in the mix now. They are high on that trio of backs.
Yeah, they're JV successful last year. A lot of those young men getting a chance to some more varsity reps this year.
Well, another dose of Fowler, and he is right up the gut for a touchdown that reminds fans of that game-winning moment against Boiling Springs a year ago. First touchdown of 2024 for NJ Fowler. And Dorman has run it to the high water mark of 34-7.
Didn't take long, set up by Gasaway's long kickoff return, and tell you, gets that head of steam. I'm not sure he wanted to get it away. 5'6", 222 pounds.
3 plays, 17 yards, a minute 26 off the game clock. Coaches often tell us, don't they, Tom? Last few minutes of the first half, first few minutes of the second half critical. They are here, even though the extra point is turned aside. Dorman builds it to 34-7 early third. Dorman having scored on 3 consecutive touches wrapped around the end of the second period, the start of the third period, and doing so building a sizable advantage. Maybe most impressive, Tom, different individual doing the scoring each time as all the playmakers are getting involved for Dorman.
And they scored at 2:34 in the second period, and between then and now, over a span on the clock of 4:06, 3 touchdowns. And Coach talked about the turnovers, then go up top, and Corey Anderson able to throw that touchdown to Chase Cheeks, so Neal on a 2-yard run, and then that great kickoff return set things up for the final touchdown we saw a moment ago from Fowler.
Just about ready for the kickoff at the 10:34 mark. Third quarter. Before Greenville could put to use anything communicated in the locker room halftime speech. They see Dorman successful again. This time capped by the N.J. Fowler run. Return is across the 25. And it'll be up to the 26-yard line, where Banks, Boughton and company will take over. After the return by Anthony Jackson. Talk about Jackson as being probably the fastest guy. We'll see if he gets in some open space before the day is done. He's one of those track kids, and small in stature, but a big heart and a lot of speed for Anthony Jackson as he returns it here.
For Greenville, you need something positive to happen. There have been things that have not gone your way. Dorman has been able to take advantage of that, and a game that could have been 14-14 all of a sudden becomes a 34-7 game. So looking for something positive to happen here on the offensive side here as we start the third quarter.
You're right, Tom. Begins with protecting the football. Here's Boughton, and before he receives the snap, a flag is down. And this is what plagued Greenville when they were in position to make it a 14-all contest. They were right down on the goal line. Penalties pushed them back to what ended up being a 3rd and goal from right around the 30. A couple of turnovers quickly, and the rest is history with Dorman well out front, at least for now. Still plenty of time for Greenville to claw back, but going in the wrong direction as another penalty backs him up to the 21-yard line. We have not seen the return of Kyler Zimmerman, and that in many ways is partly where things went off the rails for Greenville as well. This is a carry by 27, Isaiah Bell, who is the backup for Zimmerman. We've seen others in the mix, including Javion Henderson out of the backfield with the absence of Kyler Zimmerman, who rushed for the only touchdown, did Zimmerman, as the main returning experienced starter on the offensive side of the ball. So when we saw him limp off earlier in the game, Tom, since that time, it has been difficult to find that kind of presence in the backfield for Greenville.
Yeah, you need to, and the other part about that is you need to have success on first down. You don't want to always be behind the chains a little bit, and that has plagued the Red Raiders a little bit here in this ball game so far. But
behind the sticks again on 3rd down. It's going to be 3rd and 11. They need the 36. Bowden leading his receiver. Nicely thrown ball, and that's going to be brought down by Stewart. Ja'Carrion Stewart reels it in, and that's a 1st down, and Greenville hopes a confidence builder here in the third quarter.
There have been a couple of times tonight, though, that they've been able to convert the Red Raiders on 3rd down and long, and that's a big one right there. You need to get some momentum. You want some flow to the game and not be penalized and have to.
26 yards on the catch. 3 of 7 tonight on 3rd downs. 1 of 2 on 4th downs for Greenville thus far. Here's a 1st down play, and right at the base of that Dorman logo, Boughton dives forward for a couple of yards. Boughton, you remember we told you, those of you with us in the first half, his dad played at Greenville High, went on to be an All-American at Furman, spent some time with NFL squads. We'll talk about Banks Boughton as being a natural leader who simply needs some reps. He's a preseason all-conference selection, a young QB in terms of experience, even though now in his junior campaign. He awaits the snap before handing this near side. Well, they find a way to get Anthony Jackson on the offensive side of the ball and try to get him involved. but it's going to be 3rd down and long.
Tell you, a really nice effort on the run, and then look at this hit by Cephas at the end. I mean, this is a tough game as he goes and gets him and knocks him down, and hanging on to him from the backside was Drew Darby, who's had a good night as well.
Carl Cephas, of course, who was part of that revolving door of linebackers that they see such progression from on that side of the ball. You saw Darby, no relation to Drew Darby, Jordan Darby, up off of JV from a standout year a year ago. There's another 3rd down conversion. Able to sit down right at the sticks. Now a flag's going to come in after Drayshawn Smith secured the 1st down, and it appears as if it's for extracurricular activity. We'll see which way the penalty goes.
I'd say it was a really good job, I thought, by Bowden. He sets up, and there's a chance he's going to get hit, and he gets it out of there before the penetration came. Then look at the after the fact what happened there, and there goes the flag.
And here's what happened on the backside of that Smith catch.
We have 2 dead ball fouls. Dead ball foul, personal foul, blue.
Personal foul.
Dead ball foul, personal
against Dorman,
foul,
against
white.
Greenville.
Rule
They will
says
offset.
the yardage
It'll be 1st down, Red Raiders.
It's a 1st down, white.
So Smith, who came over in the spring from Carolina High across the county. They talk about how long and lanky and how good he is in the screen game with all his growth. He sets the stage for what will be another offensive touch for Anthony Jackson. Jackson looking for some room with all his speed, and he weaves through traffic inside the 35. Greenville looking for some type of traction after seeing it go from 7 apiece at one point to now a sizable Dorman advantage. A lot of football left here tonight if Greenville could get something going. Using that speed to turn the corner, he gets near the 25, does Anthony Jackson. And that'll be enough to move the chains. So 1st down, Greenville as they go on the march. You know, sustaining these drives has not been the problem for Greenville. Can they work it on down to the goal line and turn it into points? You know, you look at the overall numbers, 219 total yards to 269 total yards right now. So many of the categories are fairly close. But the inability to finish these drives so far, the difficulty, maybe the penalty flags are going to fly the other way to Greenville's advantage. This looks to be against Dorman. It is.
And this is a game, Jason, where
still 1st down.
A couple of plays here and there really changed the entire complexion and momentum of the game. One that could have been 14-14 wasn't. And then Dorman able to take advantage of some turnovers and then a big kickoff return. They've been able to widen it out. But pretty good drive by Greenville going on right now.
Boughton rushes to the far side, and he's going to be wrestled down from behind as Jordan Darby gets a hand on him. Great summer they talk about from Darby, who, again, now in his junior campaign, coming off a stellar JV career. You talked about how good this JV group was for Dorman. That, along with the energy around the program, the reason they believed this had a chance to be a quick turn into a new phase for Dorman.
Personal foul.
So far, so good.
Blue.
This, however, is going to be a face mask against the Cavaliers.
Half the distance to the goal.
It's going to be a half the distance penalty. And 1st down and goal is coming for Greenville. Now, that proved troublesome the last time around. Let's see if the Red Raiders can capitalize. The signs have been there. The scoreboard very deceptive with how close these two teams played one another early. The turnovers have really made the difference. The Red Raiders trying to close up within 3 scores again. But a flag comes flying in at the end of this play, just inside the 10. The men in stripes have had a chance to teach the game tonight.
Yes, they have. This is
game
one for everybody. And
well, week 0 for a reason, right? Got to wade your way into it. Work out some of the kinks. Yes, there's that excitement level of playing in one that matters.
Foul, blue. Half
but there are also all the cobwebs
2nd down
that have to be dealt with. This against Dorman again.
And Coach Morris won't be happy about the last couple of penalties his team's had. You got the big lead.
Well, you heard one coach say things about penalties inside the 10, and here now the shoe in many ways is on the other foot. Boughton and the spark created by Anthony Jackson being inserted on the offensive side. He's off his left hip now. It'll be Boughton trying to keep it, but he is being pursued by a host of those blue Cavalier jerseys and is run out of bounds just inside the 10.
You know, that's still a pretty good play, Jason, if we get a look at it again, because if Pete reverses and goes the other way, that's going to be 15-yard loss, but he ended up, or 10-yard loss or so, but as he goes this way, it's not going to get much, if in fact he got anything, but if he goes the other way, he might have had a big loss on that play.
Something out of nothing. Looks a lot like those quarterbacks named Shaw over the years with what they could do, no doubt, with the wheels as well being a major weapon. One thing we've seen from Banks Boughton, good-looking young player, and they're going to have him in the system for 2 years, something Greenville was very excited about. Third down coming here, though, and these are the moments in which you can grow up. But before that happens, timeout will be called. We will take it also. Dorman having pushed out front mid-third. Don't let game night dinner get you stressed. Stop by Ingles for great choices from the Ingles Deli. Rotisserie chicken, fresh made salads, or delicious hot bar and sub bar. Dinner and a snap, then it's off to the game. Ingles, low prices, love the savings. Well, third down coming, and the Greenville side looking for something to smile about as we give you a glance at the nth degree smile cam. It's been all smiles for the Dorman faithful in recent moments, picking up in this third quarter, right where they left off to close the first half. Though the Red Raiders are threatening a big third down and goal coming from the 9.
Well, they've been here before. Let's see if they can get the play off.
The last time around, it ended up being third down from the 30-yard line, goal to go.
Right.
So
Yeah, third and goal.
it's a little closer proximity and the need to finish one of these drives for Greenville. Urgent. A lot of football left. But the climb has to start now for Greenville. Boughton rolls out, tosses to the end zone, and that is through the hands of his intended target at the front of the end zone. Tried to make a connection there with Stewart, who's been so good for him along the way today. It is incomplete. Boy, if they'll look at the pressure that he was under, Tom.
Yeah, really had to get rid of it maybe a little bit before he wanted to. Chasing pretty well there was Braden Grable. Strong safety.
Gravely in the mix. Number of other Cavaliers there providing pressure also. Well, it is fourth down goal. Lest the Red Raiders be turned away without points. Something has to happen here. Further pressure. Screen set up nicely. Turns out to be a great call. With Dorman sending the house, enough time to get it in the hands of Drayshawn Smith for the Greenville touchdown.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, that is something obviously that Greenville needed. Good call. Looked off to the right, came back. Big guys, linemen out in front, not holding. And you see the jubilation there of getting into the end zone, and nice celebration there on the part of the Greenville Red Raiders.
Yeah, great play call. Andy Mahaffey, who is the offensive coordinator. He was a high school teammate of head coach Jay Beauchamp. He said, you know, so often we're on the same wavelength because we're like-minded. He said, I'll have a play I'm thinking about calling, and it'll already be on his short list to call. That's how well they work together with one another. He also said, be sure you tell the story of Coach Mahaffey because he's a guy who didn't get a chance to play college ball.
Right.
High school, we played together, did some tremendous things, but he knew he wanted to go into coaching right away, and he started with the JV squads under my dad. He worked his way to earning a headset year after year, incrementally working his way up to where he was eventually calling the plays, and now he's the offensive coordinator crossing the state line to come to Greenville with him. And they have a great play call here. Now, we do have a Dorman Cavalier down at the end of that point after try. It looks like this may be somewhat you get in that early season. Not an incredibly hot day today, Tom, but you still see the signs that when you haven't been doing it for a while in game action, you get what you hope is nothing more than maybe a little bit of cramping up down there with a Dorman player being tended to by the training staff. That's certainly the hope. Tremendous drive there.
Much needed.
For Greenville.
Yeah.
Much needed. They put the points on the board. And the Red Raiders now have the sense, with 5:57 to play in the third quarter, still very much in this thing. Well, all eyes and thoughts right now on the injured Cavalier. We'll update his status on the other side of the break. Well, Greenville off a touchdown drive, 13 plays, 74 yards, 4:37 off the clock. It was capped by the 9-yard touchdown toss to Deshaun Smith from Banks Boughton. And Red Raiders back in the thick of it. By the way, good news, Kentavious Anderson was the player down, and Kentavious Anderson was up under his own power and back to the sideline, one of the key pieces of this Dorman defense. And good to see him with no signs of anything lingering is the hope. Here's a return for the Cavaliers, 21-yard line, where Dorman will take over. And something from Greenville there, Tom. And we kind of alluded to it. Got another player down here for Dorman, it would appear. Much the same.
Yes,
yeah, the kind of grabbing of the back of his leg for Aaron Gassaway.
You don't ever want to speculate, but the reaction was more along the lines of a cramp.
That's what I'm saying.
Hopefully.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing on both fronts, and you hope that's the case. But just looking at the clock here, you hope that as the training staff tends to Gassaway after his return, he'll be able to continue quickly as well. Here's another look at what might have happened. Yeah, just kind of football activity for the most part there. He went kind of grabbed a little lower than the knee there originally. So they're stretching it out. We'll see if Gassaway can continue. You notice, though, you look up 5:50. There's a lot of time left in this football game.
Well, and also you go back to how short the drives, time-wise, have been for Dorman, and you just gave it, 4:54 or so, kind of grinding it out there. But the bottom line was they were able to get it to the end zone, and now is when your defense needs to give it back to your offense, and if you could get one more in, all of a sudden it turns into a different situation.
That's something the Greenville defense has not been able to do of late. We'll see if that changes here. Well, Coach Marr is pleased with the fact that Aaron Gassaway is up, and he is coming off under his own power as well, so a good sign on that front. Here's Bryce O'Neal. O'Neal, who to this point is a perfect 7 of 7 with a rushing touchdown to his credit, along with those 7 connections through the air. So he has, I think, suffice it to say, been solid, the quarterback, with the region experience from a year ago. This on the ground. Last thing Dorman wants to do is turn it over right out of the gate. And O'Neal snatches it up off the turf and takes off, but they blow
Dead
this
ball
play
foul.
dead as
Snap
flags flying.
infraction, false start. 2
That's going to
5-yard
fall under
penalty.
the snap
Still
infraction
first down.
category. All right, close your ears, Tom. When you look at penalties so far in this one, the numbers just keep on climbing. You've seen it. It's been tough to see when you think in terms of what's got to be cleaned up penalty-wise between these two teams. First and forever behind the sticks after the infraction on the snap. Very little on this play. Important drive here, Tom. You get the sense this is really important. You said it for the Greenville defense, particularly right now.
I tell you, an outside linebacker, Christie, forced it back inside with a defensive end. Whitner, another big guy up front, was able to make that tackle, and small gain there.
All right, you ready for it? Numbers are coming down. 20
go.
combined penalties for over 150 yards between the two teams in this contest. 75 yards penalized for Greenville, 82 yards penalized for Dorman in the game. And again, flags flying on 20 separate occasions in this contest, or at least 19 of them. We did have that one offsetting. Here's the defensive moment Greenville was looking for. A takeaway for the Red Raiders, stepping in front to make the play. Messiah Bell, we've called his name a number of times on the defensive side of the ball. Here he is making the play of the night. Messiah Butler, I should say. The DB, also wide receiver on the offensive side in his senior campaign. So it is Messiah Butler who comes away with the key defensive play for Greenville High.
Man, that's a big one. All of a sudden, the momentum switched over to those Red Raiders.
Well, not just the defensive stop, the initial of the key defensive takeaways. And set up at the 30-yard line. Greenville has a chance to make this real interesting with still right around 5 to play in the third. Boy, that was covered up well on an attempted toss underneath and snuffed out quickly by Javion Bell.
Yeah, he was right there, and that's been the screen has been pretty effective on certain occasions here tonight. They've been able to get it out on the edge as well. And I mean, this is a huge drive for Greenville.
And all of a sudden, you start looking at 34-21, and you think about a quarter and several minutes remaining. A lot can happen, and a lot is happening for the Red Raiders. The spark for it has been Anthony Jackson. Since they placed him in the backfield, he has put together some moments for Greenville. Now, we've got a Dorman player down, and it looks like we got a Red Raider a little slow to get up. So this is going to be a moment for the training staff on both sides as Greenville is once again on the march.
I tell you, that was a very solid, hard run.
Jackson was the player down who was the ball carrier for Greenville, and we got the same thing coming out of the Dorman secondary, as it looks like Carl Cephas was a little slow to get up as well. Well, we see a number of players, and when you see it happening this regularly and in succession, Tom, you begin to think it is that early season scenario in which they just have to work themselves into playing shape, dealing with some of the cramping. Not an incredibly warm night tonight, no. 70 degrees-ish as we push on toward the latter hours in this opening night of high school football, but still early season opportunities, and you know what that so often means. Well, after losing Kyler Zimmerman, it would seem earlier, the captain in the backfield, now after the spark provided by Jackson, he has to depart. Now they find another playmaker in getting it back into Stewart's grasp, as he has it down near the 11-yard line.
Tell you what, that's another good play there, because it was defended very well, and we've seen some yardage after contact tonight, and was able to get about 5 or 6 yards there.
Kerryon Stewart, tremendous night already for Greenville High. Keeping it on the ground. Boughton calling his own number. A little closer to the sticks Boy, this is an important third down.
Yeah, I mean, you're fourth down territory here with a 34-14 ball game. And we saw it a moment ago. We saw it really early in the ball game when you think back to the first quarter.
What is in Jay Beauchaw's mind here? And his, as we said, like-minded offensive coordinator. He and Coach Mahaffey, they dialed it up a moment ago in this type scenario. And ahead of the third down play. Timeout. He is going to be taken as Greenville wants to make sure they do not miss this opportunity.
Yeah, they've trying to fight their way back into this game. They've had a lot of things that have gone wrong, some turnovers and a big catch by Whiteside, and then the big kickoff return by Gasaway set some things up. Big plays, big turnovers, taking advantage of it. And you know, Greenville's kind of hung in there, and you have to clean some things up, and you can't afford to have any more of those penalties. You ran through the numbers there a moment ago, but they did get the interception. We talked about needing a good defensive stand to get it back. Well, they got what they needed to in a really good field position now.
Have to capitalize.
And this big timeout. Let's go. Well, this is what we want to make sure we're on the same page, and it'll be interesting to see what happens here. If they could get another one here late in the third quarter, you never know.
Well, his dad, Lee, as we've talked about a number of times, a legendary head coach in Georgia, followed in his footsteps, still coaching there in the state of Georgia. He said he's just a classic old school ball coach. He said that's what I would say about him. We asked him, how are you alike and how are you different? He said, well, maybe the only way we're different is my fuse may be just a bit shorter. He said, but alike in so many ways, because I've used his system. I've become a man of routine so much like him, and because he was my hero, my role model, and everything to me. You know, we brought him on board, talked about practice facilities. He'll be involved in the game planning and the scheming. And even though he's playing elsewhere tonight, his bye week, he'll be up here watching. Well, now he has a chance to show his old ball coaching ability here and dial up another third down play. It's a family tradition. Belton got to keep it. Weaves through traffic, trying to get to the goal line, and does.
Man.
Boughton would not be denied. It's a family tradition for the Boughton family as well.
Yes.
His dad, a stellar one, wearing those Greenville colors, and then at Furman. And he is showing his mettle on a night like this, keeping Greenville in the thick of it.
I mean, that is a tough run. He breaks one tackle, and he's got two that he drags into the end zone. Just a tremendous effort by the quarterback to get into the end zone for the touchdown.
It was a I will not be denied moment from the junior QB. And the extra point is straight up and through to take it to 34-21. Hold everything after a couple of quick scores from Greenville High. Minute 33 off the clock that time. 5 plays, 30 yards, and the 8-yard touchdown run by Banks Boughton. Here we go, Tom. It's now a 2-possession contest.
I mean, you get the big return by Gasaway to set things up. You get an early touchdown at 10:34 by Dorman to go up 34-7, and then got a 4-minute, 54-second drive. You get it into the end zone. You get the interception. You come back and get another one. So you scored a 5:57 and 3:19. All of a sudden, we got us a game.
Yeah, still 3 and change left in the third.
So could that PAT that was not successful come into play later in this game?
You just never know. Jay Beauchaw and company, no quit, nothing but fight. Isn't that what he said? How do you want your teams to be known, your teams to be remembered? What's the trademark? He said, well, a team that fought hard, played it the right way, and was as solid off the field with the things they stand for and who they are as on the field. And boy, his team's showing that kind of fight right now on the gridiron as they are back in the thick of it.
Well, here
now Dorman needing some type of answer here.
And Greenville also needs to. Gasaway went out, and we'll check on who's back there now. But they need to make sure they cover this kickoff.
Gasaway was there if needed. Kick going to be taken and brought across the 25-yard line up to the 26 on the return. It ends up being George Ollie who returns it for Dorman, one of the many playmakers, one of those we haven't called as much tonight yet, but will be a big part of things in this 2024 campaign.
You know, one of the interesting things we discussed with both coaches this week with the use of technology and how that's changed on the sideline. You can go back and take a look at some of the things that are going on and make those adjustments almost immediately.
Well, Dorman going to work. Look who's back out there at the helm. Corian Anderson is going to be at the quarterback position here, part of the 2-quarterback system
Blue.
the Cavaliers are utilizing in 2024. First real looks at the young sophomore they're so high on. You know, one thing that Coach Morris told us, Tom, that these two quarterbacks, often you have quarterback competition in a system like this. He said these two have fed off of one another, challenged one another, learned from one another, and supported one another in ways that make you proud. He's real pleased with what he's got in both O'Neal and Anderson to complement one another. And Anderson tries to go over the top here, but that is incomplete.
Yeah, trying to get it out there to Keenan Arcega-Whiteside. Big guy, 6'5", had a trailing deep back there, but just a little bit too long there. But if you're Coach Morris, too, you're not going to be happy with some of the penalties you've had here in the second half. I mean, look at it in perspective from the entire game for both teams. But here, when you had the lead and you make 5 difference between a 1st and 10 and 1st and 15, things like that, it changes what you might want to run at that particular point in time.
You may be surprised to know Arcega-Whiteside, whose name you called, just a couple of catches tonight. One of them for 75 yards, though, but limited in the number of targets. Here's a penalty flag down. Ball may be as well. Greenville indicating they think they have another takeaway. How huge would this be for the Red Raiders if it sticks? Now, there is a penalty flag down at the 21. Celebrating the takeaway. The far sideline as this is stripped right out.
Well, that was Christie, right? That got him, Jacob Christie.
The question is going to be, was he down? And the officials are gathered up to talk about it. Here's another look at it for those of you at home.
Blue. Penalty is declined. Turnover. First down.
It is going to be Greenville football.
Okay.
It was an illegal formation penalty against Dorman. Greenville declining it, and the determination by our crew is it is Greenville football.
Wow.
As the Red Raiders, with a couple of back-to-back takeaways of their own, now in position to make this a 1-score contest as they line up at the 23.
And look at the field position, the last 2.
Talk about storming back. No quit in this Red Raiders group. Boughton chased down from behind and chased down by big 99. That's Braden Melton again. We told you Limestone, UVA is interested for the former nose guard. Got another player down here that the Dorman training staff is going to have to tend to. This has been a familiar refrain. That's Donovan Anderson there. Let's see who that is. It looks like maybe Donovan Anderson that was down. Now the training staff once again making sure he is hydrated and trying to stretch out those legs. Well, we remind you that our broadcast tonight has been brought to you by, like the halftime show you enjoyed earlier, Spartanburg Community College, proud sponsor of Friday Night Rivals. And we're glad you've taken time out of your Friday, the first football Friday of 2024, to join us for what has become a highly competitive game with all kind of football left, with 2:34 remaining in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, start of 11. We'll be up Christ School next week, and Raven Gap coming in from Georgia. They're a highly regarded football team as well. And
gets the North Carolina portion of our schedule underway to close out the month of August.
We'll be back over here in the general area with Gaffney.
Gaffney's going to be on the schedule. We go to the reservation. Spartanburg's on the schedule. We'll be across the county there. We get Burns. They're the traveling Burns Rebels this year, right?
All their games will be on the road.
As they make some adjustments to Nixon Field. We'll have T.L. Hanna on the schedule. J.L. Mann is on the schedule. That will be a huge contest. You're seeing Greenville and Dorman tonight. So good flavor of Palmetto State schools. And again, it all gets cranked up in North Carolina next week. As it should be a lot of fun between here and November when the Friday Night Rivals season comes to a close.
Dead ball foul. Encroachment. Blue.
The encroachment against Dorman, so a
Second
little
down.
more of a positive walk-off for Greenville here. It'll be here before you know at the end of things, but boy, we just want to settle in and enjoy it. And if it's going to be anything like this first one, it's going to be quite a ride. Plan to join us each week. We love to have you with us. Fountain to the skies. Screen was set up. Good adjustment to make something out of nothing as it closed up quickly on Jakarian Stewart. And that'll move the chains. He did enough to get a first down, and we've got another Cavalier down. This time at the 16-yard line. And this looks, looks to be Anderson again. And maybe a little more serious the second time around. Let's see. See Anderson there as he tried to work his way back to it. Never came to his feet. Remember, Kentavion Anderson with the 58 tackles among the returners. Tops from a year ago. Only the 68 tackles from Owen Hendricks that led the way for this Dorman squad, kind of eclipsing that. Of course, you did have Terrell Edwards, who had 11 tackles for a loss, which helped lead the team in the 5 sacks. They were kind of the headliners. But Anderson is the returner, Tom, that has grabbed that mantle, and it is huge for Dorman to be able to keep him in the lineup.
Yeah, I tell you, it's turned out to be a little bit of an attrition situation here between both teams going down here late in the third quarter with some injury situations. And
in addition to those 58 tackles a year ago, had 2 pick sixes. That was 2 of the 3 pick sixes that Dorman had as a unit. Owen Hendricks, of course, who I referenced, had the others. So, he's been a spark for this Dorman defense, and down for a second time in recent moments.
Yeah, they really like him as well in his positioning. They call it the saber, one of the linebackers, have a linebacking situation. But in our conversation with Coach Morris this week, you're talking about what happened last year, 3-8, and it doesn't happen very often, and what he thinks about this year and the strengths of his team and some of the things you need to get better at. He was talking to us about he loved his defense. He loved his front 7 and thought it might have the potential to be one of the best they've had for a while.
And he said a revolving door, both at the defensive line position and at the linebacking position. You said it, that saber and then what they call the bandit on the other side. Those positions, he believed he was so deep that it had a chance to be as good a front as has come through Dorman in a while. We'll see if that plays itself out, but Anderson a big part of that, and he's going to have to be helped off. Near side will not be a part of this key play as Greenville sets up 1st and goal. So many close games a year ago. If you weren't with us when we said it earlier, average split was 23-20 for a Dorman team that just came up on the short end a number of games they were in a position to finish, including in the playoffs. Inside the 9-yard line. Keep it on the ground. You think about what it would mean for Anderson's health moving forward on the Dorman side of things, for Zimmerman's health on the Greenville side of things. I mean, there's some first game question marks tonight that fans, the last thing fans, broadcasters or anybody else for that matter, want to see when high hopes are in place for both of these schools. 2nd and goal. Inside the 5, still churning Anthony Jackson. Jackson using every bit of that frame to get as close as possible to the goal line. What a spark he's been for Greenville.
Yeah, I was getting ready to just say that exact same thing. He has come in and he has run hard. I mean, he gets yards after contact. It may not be 15 yards, but it's 2, 3 hard ones. I'm also seeing Jakarian Stewart get involved here in the second half as well a bit more.
Greenville now having outgained Dorman by virtue of that run, 275-273 overall. That's how things have shifted here. Boughton through traffic and back into the end zone. Another touchdown run for Banks Boughton, and Greenville is within a score with a third quarter surge to be remembered. Boy, if you talk about an opener for a new head coach and how you want your team to respond and putting together a memory, this is how it would look in the third quarter. More Banks Boughton, the future bright for that young man.
Well, and in our conversation with Coach Jabo Shaw, one of the main aspects was that as you take a look at it again, I mean, keeping that young man's hand, he's going to get you some yards. It was all about belief.
Said, I love what we have in our young quarterback, the fact we get him for 2 years, and a guy known for raising up QBs. at his prior stops. Has his hands on a pretty good one. Has a family tradition both in that quarterback's family and in his coach's family. Hand down, another memorable moment. Back within one score. With 47 seconds still remaining in the third. There's a whole quarter plus left. And we got ourselves a ball game.
So those of you that went away, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you for staying with us. Those of you who stayed, you knew it was coming, right?
You know, we kind of went through that after Gasaway had that kickoff return to start the third quarter, and Dorman was able to score 10-34. They had scored 2 touchdowns in the final 2:34 in the first half, including the final 3 in the second quarter of play. That was in, if my USD 250 math is right, 4:06. And here in the third quarter, 5:57, 3:19, 4. You know, it's been 3 touchdowns and 4:10, and they've done a great job. Got the turnovers, great field position, and able to punch it in.
You never cease to amaze with the hieroglyphics over there.
I can't read my writing over
on
here.
the Tom Van Hoy sketchbook. Add it all up. 47 seconds remain in the third. We got ourselves a ball game. Greenville set to kick it away. Question right now is who can hang on to the football. Untimely and costly turnovers now inflicting both sides. And Dorman with a return coming from Gasaway. Has to make an adjustment. Will do so to the 10, and that is all. As the return team for Dorman can do nothing. All lanes sealed up by Greenville. And now the defense for the Red Raiders is going to be in a good spot. And it continues for Gasaway. Did you see him at the end there? A couple of players going to have to wrap arms around their shoulders to work him back off the field. So a little bit of attrition for Dorman that is becoming a major issue all of a sudden.
And he's a young man that has been very effective on the kickoff returns tonight. And speaking of effective kickoffs, how about that? Almost right back into the end zone. If it goes in the end zone, obviously going to get great field position, but you got to pick it up after you fumble.
Blocking the
Go back to that conversation about the ability to finish for Dorman. Right now trying to find enough bodies out there to make sure they can finish strong after at one time leading this thing 34-7. And now backed up in their own end zone, up just 6. Well, how large does that extra point loom now?
Yes, it does.
That was missed earlier in the game. At the time, so much separation between these two teams, you wondered if it would be a factor. Certainly is now. Still in the football game is Anderson. He makes a connection with Sullivan for about 5.
That's a pretty gutsy call.
Chandre Sullivan
May not run this play.
getting about half of what Dorman needs. And you're right, Tom. They're going to let the third quarter come to a close. What a difference the third quarter has made as they switch sides of the field. Nothing settled in the Friday Night Rivals opener between Greenville and Dorman.
Yeah.
Carolina Furniture Concepts. Over $5 million of furniture in stock, ready to deliver to you. Visit their Arden and Waynesville showrooms or go online at carolinafurnitureconcepts.com. 5 state championships across the decades between them. One key season jump-starting victory up for grabs as Dorman and Greenville go to work in the 4th quarter, separated by just a touchdown. What a surge from Greenville in the 3rd, answering the advantage Dorman built late 2nd, early 3rd. Both marked by turnovers capitalized on each way. And 12 fresh minutes to settle it between these two. Greenville winning at Serene a year ago. Dorman looked in control at home this time around. The penalty flags fly as control of this one hangs in the balance. This will back Dorman up a little closer to the goal line. Well, it has been that Greenville defense grabbing headlines in recent moments, and they're going to have Dorman in the shadow of their own goal line here, Tom. It is tough footing for the Cavaliers right now.
And it's a young quarterback you've got in there for Dorman as well, but that comes out of a timeout. We saw Greenville have one as well coming out of a timeout and a penalty.
Sticking with Anderson, the young sophomore QB, to start the 4th quarter. He has shared time with Bryce O'Neal, who had all that region experience from a year ago. It's going to be kept across the 10-yard line. We'll check in field side with Nelson.
We're ready. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Jason. I'm standing here with some of the gorgeous cheerleaders at Dorman High School. Ladies, on behalf of my 40 and Friday Night Rivals, thank y'all so much for allowing us to be here for y'all's season opener. We proudly present you a check for $500.
Known as the Bluebells and part of the environment here at Dorman High, one of the great traditional locations for football. Huge 3rd down that goes in and out of the hands of the intended target, and 4th down is coming. You know, you saw the reaction from Jacob Christie there as the Greenville defense as much enjoys what happened there as stands tall, because that was on target for Dorman. It just was not to be, and the return man is going to stand atop that Cavaliers logo on the 50-yard line as Greenville gets it back, looking to perhaps claim the lead on this next drive, early 4th. Just away. There is contact with the punter down on the goal line, but the flags stay in the pockets, and it will be Greenville football at the 46. Red Raiders, after climbing the hill to surge from behind, just over a half field away from trying to claim control. Our Stewart Law Office's fans of the game highly entertained in the season opener at Dorman High School, thanks to our friends at Stewart Law Officers throughout the course of 2024, sponsors of our fans of the game. Well, those fans a little more energetic a little earlier in the contest. Things have become fairly tight here in the 4th period for the Dorman Cavaliers, and Greenville now with the football back 54 yards away from what would be a tying score, and pending the extra point, a claiming of, get this, Tom, what would be Greenville's first lead of the night.
Well, pretty amazing. After the touchdown by Dorman to begin things, the big kickoff return, they have an interception by Butler. There was the fumble recovered by Christie, 3 and out, and it's been a touchdown for Greenville to get right back in this game. We still got 11 minutes to go.
Here's the drive starting. Banks Boughton, who has ignited it. Keep this right in the interior. Helmets come flying off, and all the big bodies stack up. You know, so much of the work done in the trenches, and we haven't talked about it, beyond Hunter Taylor, who's obviously the captain up there, the Furman commit, but they like Jordan Acker making space up there. They like Jack Fanning, who they say, you know, is a great high school player who loves putting on that uniform and treats the opportunity the right way. They got Jonathan Chang, who will spend time alternating with Acker. L.J. Dindy. They call him LJ because his dad, LaRon Dindy Jr., played basketball professionally and was a standout athlete. Gavin Wilson, who's been a tight end in the past, but is spending some time up on that offensive line. Now it's time for those individuals in the trenches to make space for Greenville High. They give plenty of time to the QB here, and he converts. Downfield to Sully Wallace. Banks Boughton finds his man.
Tell you, he had 2 different ones he could have thrown to, one underneath, both down and out. You might get a look at it here in a wide screen, but he was able to buy himself some time right-handed and able to get it in there and make sure you catch that ball, and he did.
Boughton, 14 of 20, 123 yards. Just became 15 of 21, 154 yards. On that 31-yard completion to Sully Wallace, a senior. Had a huge summer, fall camp. One of the basketball kids that returned for his size and ability. He's been a contributor tonight in more ways than one. Braden Melton and company helped stack that up on the far side for Dorman and don't allow Banks Boughton very much. Inside 10 minutes remaining. And a 6-point football game.
You know, and you just gave the numbers there on Boughton from his ability to throw the football and how effective he has been able to run it as well. And I mean, that as the season goes on and that develops even more, it's pretty tough to shut him down.
3 more yards for him, and he'll have 100 yards on the ground tonight. 17 carries, 97 yards, and 2 of those ended in touchdowns for Greenville as a part of that surge in the 3rd quarter. Yeah, I'm with you, Tom. If fans stepped away from this one and have worked their way back, they may be wondering if there's a typo on the scoreboard. No, Greenville took the reins mid-3rd quarter and has willed themselves back in the hunt.
Yeah, 3 consecutive touchdowns after Dorman had scored 3 consecutive touchdowns in the 2nd period of play.
Here's the 2nd down play from just inside the 25. Boughton up top. And that was nearly intercepted at the goal line. What a huge opportunity for Dorman, but it was in and out of the hands of Deshaun Robinson, who was right there on the spot.
Went for it all, had a couple receivers in the area. We'll get one more look at it here.
Robinson was the only returner in the secondary from a year ago, and boy, did he have a chance here.
He did, and his teammate kind of, I think,
just got a little crossed up with Jabez Thomas there. 3rd down. They did disrupt the pass enough that a huge 3rd down faces Greenville. They need the 14 to move the chains. Boughton up top again, out of reach for Shakarion Stewart, his intended target. Well, Tom, 4th down, a long 10 from the 24.
You've got a guy that, I mean, that has the leg if you want to try it. But I think right now, if you don't get it, you know, put your defense back out there. But took a shot, a couple deep shots downfield here on this particular possession.
Well, now's the time. Call up a ball play. Again, that defensive front for Dorman. Get another push and charging down the line to call a timeout. Hey, Jabo Shaw still got some pretty good speed over there.
Hey, that 10-yard speed's pretty good.
Yeah. They have burned the timeouts to get in position here.
Yeah, you got to get the play you want, and maybe moment, the way the defense lined up, you don't know.
It may not roll back around, you know. Jabo Shaw, of course, if you're finding us late, maybe coming in from your game. Older brother of Connor Shaw, who made his mark on football in South Carolina. son of legendary Lee Shaw, who's still coaching across the line in Georgia. His first year at Greenville. Talked about his dad and the influence he had on him. Said not a lot of folks would know that, Dad did the hard things along the way. He said, Connor was my wide receiver when I was the quarterback when we were playing for Dad. And he said, he had received some offers from Wake and received some offers from the likes of West Virginia. And he said he didn't want to move from wide receiver because he thought that was going to work out well for him college-wise. Well, Dad knew best, right? And the state of South Carolina can attest to that. He's the latest of the members of the Shaw family to come over into South Carolina and make his mark, and he's trying to come from behind and pick up a first night win on the road at Dorman, one of the premier powers in the history of this state. Rolling the dice on a big 4th down. Boughton is close to the marker. The spot is going to be huge here.
Yes, it is.
On a 4th down try for Greenville, and at first glance, Tom, it would seem that Coach Shaw banks Boughton, and the Red Raiders have kept the drive alive. They may have to measure this. Boughton, who with that carry went over 100 yards on the night rushing, has at least made it interesting on this drive for Greenville. They are spotting this just outside the 13 and indicating it is enough for a scrambling first down for Banks Boughton.
Man, I'll tell you what, that's a nice play. He wanted to throw, rolled right, wasn't there, made a quick decision, and he reached out like he was on the goal line just to make sure he got that first down.
9 and change to go. Fresh set inside the red zone. And dancing around, the track star, Anthony Jackson. If you weren't with us, Jackson, after the lone real returner and the captain skill player-wise on offense, Kyler Zimmerman, had to depart after scoring an early rushing touchdown. A different number of backs given their chance. It's Anthony Jackson they've settled on, the track star out of the secondary for Greenville, that has ended up sparking this resurgence. He gets a couple on the first down carry. It's 2nd and 7, perhaps 8. Toward the end zone, and that's incomplete. Boy, wisely throwing his hands in the sky to make sure they knew no intended contact was there. Deshaun Robinson was on the coverage.
And that's, you know what, that's also a good play by Bowden. It's not there, just throw it away. Don't try to kind of fit it into a window that is closing anyway.
How about Deshaun Robinson and Jabez Thomas, who was also on that side a couple of times on this drive, that they've been right place, right time. Didn't have that pick earlier, but they did disrupt the key pass on the goal line in that moment, and once again here to set up a 3rd down. Banks Boughton, the junior QB, with a night to remember. He'll call his own number once again, but cannot find the corner. Too much pursuit. Now there's going to be a flag come in at the end of this, and the Dorman fans will be beside themselves as they had snuffed out the 3rd and long. But a critical flag and a critical call coming here.
Yep, they had him. Great pressure, did what he could.
The Dorman front sealed it off. The pursuit was there to the boundary. And now the home fans may be about to receive some bad news from Charles Grissom, our referee.
3rd down and long, and wanted to throw the ball.
Dead ball foul. Purple foul. Blue. Half the distance to the goal. 4th down.
Well, half the distance to the penalty. And a 4th down that will still need to be converted by Greenville, but from closer proximity here.
Yeah, another look at it.
Correction. Live ball foul. 3rd down.
Okay, they now say correction, live ball foul, and 3rd down coming from just outside the 7-yard line. Boy, tense moments. 8 and change still remain, so there will be plenty of time for response, but this is one of those key junctures in a football game that can set the tone for somebody's season. 3rd down, and our officials are going to blow things dead and send Sean Smith back to the sideline. Will be replaced by Wes Brunson, who comes on as the wide receiver in the heart of your screen. Third down. A first down is available at the 3. They give it to number 3. Striving for the goal line. The bodies get stacked up. No signal yet. It looks like they're going to say Anthony Jackson's progress was stopped at the 2, but that will be enough for a 1st and goal.
Man, he is so tough up inside, and you'll get a look at it here. Charlie Arnett's right there, 44, and he gets in there and he clears his guy, and then the forward wall there pushes him near the goal line.
First down goal for Greenville. Looking for their first lead of the contest with a touchdown and extra point. Won't come on this play. Plenty of pursuit by Drew Darby, the lone returning linebacker for Dorman. Makes his presence known as the clock rolls down under 6:45 to play.
What a game. This is the first of 11 on my 40.
Yeah, come on back every Friday night. It'll be our honor to have you with us. Second down goal from the 4. A Greenville team that trailed this thing 34-7. Knocking on the door once more mid-4th. Banks Boughton with the heart of a lion calls his own number one more time, and he reaches the goal line. Another Banks Boughton touchdown, and he's going to be penalized for the spike of the football on the backside of it. But he has put Greenville in a position to claim the lead with an extra point, as we are knotted up 34-all.
Man, I was getting ready to say the way the success that Bowden has had the quarterback keep, that might be the play down there and exactly what it was called. And his toughness got to get to the end zone. The exuberation is going to cost him a little bit, but did
well. And on a critical extra point, it's going to have to be taken from a little further back, Tom.
And we had talked about the great success of their kicker, Lance Steck, 29 of 29 PATs last year, and 6 out of 9 field goal wise, and the long was 44. Man, I've had 4 straight touchdowns.
Well, it seems like Dorman did something similar to create that separation that has now been erased.
Dead ball foul. Unsportsmanlike conduct. White. It'll be assessed on the try for
You
point.
get the sense on the far side, the Greenville faithful do not care. They are celebrating nonetheless, despite the penalty on the backside of the touchdown. It does make this kick a little tougher, and it is for the lead. So, teachable moments for young men on an opening night in high school football, controlling those emotions, as there have been plenty of them. With the twists and turns in this one, that makes this a 25-yard line spot and a 35-yard try on the extra point for the advantage.
Dead ball foul. Encroachment.
Now this will make it a little easier, as Dorman is going to be flagged for encroachment. Where in the world will this all-important extra point come from? Going to be spotted down at the 20.
And that's a big penalty.
It'll be 30 yards needed from the leg of Lang Streck for the lead. Difficult hold, but the kick is true, and Lang Streck puts the finishing touches on a tremendous drive from Greenville. Red Raiders lead it for the first time.
Man, that's an amazing drive as well.
Well, our Henson's Mulch dirty jersey of the game. You guessed it, Banks Boughton has been a little bit of everywhere. And his last 3 touchdown runs, what were they, Tom?
Yep, they were 8, 4, and 4, the last 3 touchdowns that they scored.
There was a time where this contest was 34-7 Dorman. But thanks to the work of our Henson's Mulch dirty jersey of the game player, the Greenville quarterback, and his surrounding cast, it is now 35-34 Red Raiders.
You know, it's a new season, new coach and all, but this is a Red Raider team. I think it's worth noting that, you know, they've won 10 games the last 3 years, and 5 of the last 7 been to upper state championships. So they've got the pedigree and the DNA. They know how to win the last couple of years.
Yeah, first-year head coach Jay Beauchal told us this is a passing of the torch. You know, he had to do a rebuild at Wayne County those 2 years, 17-7 in 3A. 35 wins as a coach, and he helped the rebuild with his dad there at Raven County, where all the family still is located in many ways. And you know, this time around it's a little different. Greg Porter left the cupboard full. You said it, 3 state championship opportunities as they went to the upper state 3 years in a row, that they were right there on the cusp of playing for a state title. And now, with all his experience and his pedigree and everything that he brings to the table, this is a Greenville team that expected to just keep on clicking. Boy, did they withstand the tough moments after the turnovers in the late second and early third. Now out front with 6 and change to play. And a touchback. Dorman will bring it out. We have seen Bryce O'Neill. We have seen McCarrion Anderson, both extensively tonight. Who will the Dorman Cavaliers go with in the fourth quarter with the game on the line? It appears as if Bryce O'Neill will lead them out. Remember, he started as quarterback at the beginning of region play a year ago. Went through that region 2, 4, or 5A, I should say, these days, gauntlet. The SEC of high school football in many ways is its term. Both these coaches kind of referenced that. And with his experience, he leads Dorman to the charge and gives off as they'll keep it on the ground for about 9 on the opening play of this drive. All right, Tom, based upon what we've seen from Dorman so far, plenty of time to work with. What do you expect from the Cavaliers?
Well, you got to play error-free football. You can't get the 5-yard penalties and other things like that. And, you know, that's a great start on first down to get 9 yards. And, you know, this is a critical drive for them. They had an intercepted fumble recovery, and then they had 3 and out. So this is a big series, obviously, for them.
And Nick Means is a return to what was working early. Remember, he had the first 2 Dorman touchdown runs. Nick Means on the night has carried it 7 times for 82 yards. But, you know, both of those impact moments for him came early. It's when Bryce O'Neill was in there at quarterback early. So Dorman, in many ways, kind of returning to that formula now.
Yeah, a little bit more experience there. And, you know, you're going to put a lot of onus on your O-line, and they want to run the football here. You got 5.5 minutes to go. You're down by 1. This might be the last time you see it.
Means, who's doubled his touchdown total from a year ago. He had the 1 touchdown on 56 carries in 2023, and he's already scored 2 touchdowns tonight to kick off 2024. And he has about half the yards Dorman needs on first down here to get it up across the 35. Forever left on the scoreboard. 5:14 to play in a 1-point game. With wide receivers turning to look at Bryce O'Neill. Now keep in mind, whatever goes down here, Greenville used all their timeouts in clawing from behind in this one. Dorman has the full contingency to work with as needed. Just something to tuck away in the back of your mind, as up near the 40-yard line is Nick Means. Means a part of that trio of backs you'll see from Dorman this year, along with Fowler, who had the winning touchdown against Bowling Springs and has a touchdown here tonight, and Landrum, who's expected to carry a great deal of the load. It's back to Means right now. 3rd down and short.
And you go 5 wide.
Nobody was on the wide receiver in the slot near side. Now that adjustment being made by Greenville as Bryce O'Neill looks to Coach Morris and company for the play call. Screen. Arcega-Whiteside. They call number 3 when they need him most to move the chains, and a third down conversion for Dorman. Dorman 7 of 10 tonight on third downs. None bigger than that one.
Yeah, they went 5 wide. We've seen that before. I thought they might have O'Neill just carry that football, but you know, look at that big guy right there, 6'5" and 175. Had a big catch earlier in the ball game. That's a big one here late.
Keenan Arcega-Whiteside. Latest to bear that name, wear these colors. Expecting a monster campaign. Has a 75-yard catch tonight. As the premier moment, and that third down conversion as another. Goes under 4 minutes to play. Keeping it himself. Big cut to the base of that Dorman logo and inside Greenville territory at the 44-yard line on a keeper by Bryce O'Neill.
I'll tell you what, though, that Josh Simmons right there, nose guard, never gave up. He ends up making the tackle from behind, or O'Neill has some more. Nice play.
O'Neill has rushed for just 21 yards tonight prior to that 8-yard carry. That just his 8th touch. 8 of 9 through the air. Very efficient for Dorman at times. A lot of high percentage passes like this, though, and that screen works out, but a flag comes in at around the 43-yard line after the first down. Appeared to be picked up by Arcega-Whiteside.
Trying to get him a little bit more involved in the screen game here on this particular drive. May set him back a bit, though. And the Greenville coach is right next to us making the call.
Well, pleading his case on that far side. Some of the members of that Dorman offensive unit, but it will back the Cavaliers up. Here's a look at what happened.
Yeah, get it out there, and you know, your wide receivers, you're in open space there and right in front of everybody. And again, you had the matchup there that you really wanted, because you had the third defender that was off about 7 yards or so that had to come up as well and be a part of the process.
3:09 to go. Second down, 11 for Dorman, just to top those cross sabers in the Cavaliers logo. O'Neill himself has most of it to the 45. That's going to make it 3rd and about 3.
Yeah, that's there. We've talked a little bit about that, and you've set it up with the screen game as well, and you've gone with a number of wide receivers and a successful effort right there.
Again, 7 of 10 on third down tonight. A perfect 1-of-1 on 4th for Dorman. They've been good in these conversion scenarios. Deciding to fire it downfield, and it's just out of the reach. And that would have been disastrous for Dorman had it been corralled by like number 10 there, who was on the scene, Kenyon Allen. But the Andre corner, Ken Allen, couldn't get to it. There's a flag down at midfield. Dead on the 50-yard line. This is a huge call. Ahead of what would be 4th and 3.
Again, that was the formation was 5 wide, no running backs back there. Trying to make something happen.
As hard as it is to imagine for those of you who may have heard this score at your game tonight, now finding your way home and seeing what's happening in these moments. This was a 34-7 football game, Dorman in the lead. Greenville now has a 35-34 advantage, and this is going to back the Cavaliers up into their own territory at the 40. And it looks like Dorman's going to take one of their 3 timeouts to talk it over with 2.5 minutes even left to settle the season opener.
And, you know, and that's a huge penalty. And if you haven't been with us, that's been one of the main issues for both teams here tonight that have come into play in this contest. There was one earlier in the ball game where, you know, they called back a touchdown for Greenville, which would have changed things at that point.
All right, fans, hold your ears.
Okay.
11 penalties, 90 yards, nearly a football field for Greenville. 18 penalties, 139 yards. on the Dorman side of things. It's going to be some things for both these teams to clean up moving forward penalty-wise.
And a lot of different penalties as well, and some of them, it's stuff that you clean up, but both teams have had penalties called coming out of timeouts and things like that.
But think about how even this game is in so many ways. Total yards, 329 Dorman, 325 Greenville. 154 through the air for Greenville, 150 for Dorman. 171 on the ground for Greenville, 179 for Dorman. These numbers are incredible when you think about the even nature of this game, and it's why we're separated by just a single point with 2.5 to go.
What a way to begin my 40 Bojangles Friday night.
Well, thanks for joining us for yet another year of high school football in the Carolinas. The bar set awful high by Greenville County colliding with Spartanburg County tonight. Guess who's back at QB? Anderson in the game on 4th and long. And he hits his man beyond the sticks. Dorman keeps the drive alive. Chase Cheeks, right place, right time, and Anderson, who completes just his 3rd pass of the night, extends it for the Cavs.
Those two combined for a 24-yard touchdown earlier.
And that was, again, one of just 3 completions tonight by Anderson on now 7 tries. But both of them remarkably huge. Closing in on the 2-minute mark. This time he puts it on the ground down to the 32-yard line. And that'll eat some clock, making this drive in many ways, Tom.
That's it.
No timeouts for Greenville, making this drive the drive for Dorman to determine the outcome of this 2024 opener. Stays the sophomore QB Anderson.
And a lot of time going off for looking and getting the play from the sideline.
Means still up to the 25. Nick Means, the 2 scores earlier tonight, and a movement of the chains for Dorman here. That's going to let the Cavaliers take it down as far as they want. Now remember, Cavaliers missed an extra point earlier in this contest, so when you think about 3 points winning it, you want to get as close as possible. This over the middle to think about 6, and flags fly as there was all kind of contact in the secondary. With a minute and change remaining, an effort to target Chase Cheeks again. Here's the interference.
Had that contact a little bit early, was way overthrown, and Cheeks, the intended receiver, and chased there by Kenya Down. And Jason, if you're thinking about field goal, you got a young guy, Ransom Farr, that his first year.
Yeah, just said it. Extra point was an issue earlier, which is why we're at 35-34 as Greenville was able to get through on one of those. Dorman right there after the pass interference call, just outside the 10. First down, Cavaliers. Here's Means. Finds room at the 5. Flag comes in. And that's in the holding area. With 62 seconds remaining in this 1-point football game. We got a Greenville Red Raider down. And a flag to be sorted out here as well in the key closing moments. The training staff going to come out and tend to the injured Red Raider. Will be back to Spartanburg County in a moment.
We have a block in the back. Blue.
You wanted football back, and where they still play for the love of the game under the bright lights at the high school level. It's all coming down to the closing seconds. Our Stuart Law fans of the game. Price of admission, well worth it tonight at Dorman High School. And high school football in the Palmetto State never seems to disappoint. And thanks to Stuart Law Offices for sponsoring our fans of the game, and thanks to all the fans who've joined us both here at Dorman High School tonight, and those of you joining us all across our viewing area. I'll say it again, you wanted football back, and where they still play for the love of the game under the bright lights, it has come down to this with just a minute and change remaining in a 35-34 contest. It was 34-7 Dorman. Greenville took the lead for the first time 35-34 moments ago here in the fourth quarter. The Cavaliers are in position to surge from behind themselves and snatch away a victory. A couple of timeouts remain for Dorman. Greenville having used all theirs. Keep that in mind as it is first and a while from the 20-yard line. Dorman needs the 3 for a first down. Here's Means. Had the 2 early touchdowns for Dorman. Has the late touchdown for Dorman that puts the Cavaliers out front inside the final minute. Flags do fly on the backside of this, much like we saw when Greenville took the lead moments ago. But if it stands, Dorman is back out front. Would be a 3rd touchdown tonight for the returning standout Nick Means.
That's a situation where defensively they brought some folks, and once he broke that line of scrimmage, able to get down there and score.
Touchdown. Personal foul. Horse collar. White. Offense is elected to take the penalty on the try.
So the horse collar penalty, the reason for the flags as he was working his way into the end zone. The touchdown stands, and Dorman has returned to command with 54 seconds remaining. And again, Greenville out of timeouts. Keep that in mind as you move forward here. Cavaliers trying to maximize their advantage, but flags fly before this play is off. Back in there at the quarterback position, Bryce O'Neal. Boy, what a way to book into your night if you're Nick Means, Tom. 2 early touchdowns to cap the drives that helped Dorman build the lead, and that he may very well have capped the night for Dorman. 1 touchdown a season ago. He has the hat trick on this night, and with 3 of them has Dorman back out front.
Encroach half the distance.
We may very well be attempting to pursue a record when it comes to flags. As another on this extra point try, or 2-point try, I should say. And Dorman will have Bryce O'Neal sneak on through to take the lead to 42-35. They have that 7-point cushion should Greenville find a way to respond here, so that the touchdown and the extra point would not put the Red Raiders out front as it did moments ago. What a drive for Dorman. Nick Means with 55 seconds to go on the 21-yard rush. And get this, Tom, the Dorman Cavaliers 6:08 as they put together a 14-play, 80-yard drive that ate up 5 minutes and 13 seconds and put the Cavaliers out front in the final minute.
Man, and you think about their possession the second half, the kickoff return, but gas away, short drive, touchdown, interception, fumble, 3 and out. And this was their last possession, what they were able to do there. Impressive.
The D at the center of the field may to some degree have stood for disappointment with the way the playoff ended a year ago for this team that felt like it was getting better down the stretch, was in so many close games. The D over the years has stood for dominance, and Dorman showing that perhaps that upstate dynasty is returning. They withstood the major punch from Greenville in the 3rd and 4th quarters, and now will try to hold the lead for just 55 more seconds. Here's the Greenville return. out to the 20-yard line, and the Red Raiders will be separated from an equalizer by 80 yards. How about this for an opener to the high school football season in the Carolinas? And if you've seen Greenville in this second half, you know this one is far from settled.
Yep. They've had 4 possessions second half. They scored 4 touchdowns. They've got the work cut out for them now, but what a remarkable game here tonight.
Banks, Boughton, and company. Going to be a shame one of these teams going to be off to an 0-1 start in 2024. With the moon shining down brightly as well as the lights here at Dorman High School. Boughton goes to work, hits his man. A little bit of running room. Nice cut across the 35 to the 40. Still up. And on the other side of the field, chased down at the 28-yard line is Drayshawn Smith. Don't go anywhere. The Red Raiders are certainly not going to. Not just yet.
Got it out to him. You know, missed tackle. Nice cut. I mean, there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 defenders in the general area, and he was able to get down the sideline. Probably lucky there wasn't maybe a late hit out of bounds there, too.
Now remember, Dorman alone has timeouts to work with. The Cavaliers taking their second of the half right here. So Dorman will be left with a single timeout. The Red Raiders are out of them, and they are separated from the end zone by 25 yards with 34 seconds remaining.
Well, do remember they've got Lang Stack. We talked about his ability, and one of the better kickers that coming back. Hit all 29 PAT last year, 6 out of 9 field goals, long of 44. Got that opportunity. Yep.
7-point game. Dorman in the lead. You're going to need the touchdown here. Yeah. And the Greenville High Red Raiders, with that 25-yard separation from that, find themselves needing to, you know, the playbook is a little bit limited here, Tom, when you consider the fact that you don't have anything in your back pocket timeout-wise.
Well, that's true, and it's been one remarkable performance tonight for the Greenville Drive. And Greenville Drive, I do the drive games.
A little bit of slip of the tongue.
Yeah, the Greenville Red Raiders. And Greenville High is
right across the street
from Fluor Field. You've done a lot of games with the Southern
Conference. We know who these two teams are, two of the great historic powers in South Carolina, the Red Raiders of Greenville. Champions in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. On the verge of returning to that glory in recent years with those 3 trips to the upper state title game. And Dorman, in this century, a couple of state titles to make their mark on South Carolina football in this early season game, coming down to this. Boughton over the middle, and that is incomplete. You know, had that been caught, it would have required some hustling to the line to spike the football. Plenty of time to get that done over the middle, but it is incomplete. Boy, how much do you love the composure and confidence that you sense from Banks Boughton right here?
Tell you what, only going to get better, too. I mean, like you said earlier, one of these teams going to come out here with a loss, but and a lot of things to work on, but they also showed some resiliency in many different occasions throughout the course of this game.
Well, you know, college football game came back this year, college football 25. Simulated this one earlier in the day. 17-11 was the final in Dorman on a goal line stand. A lot more points here, but boy, it's come right down to the wire. 42-35, and this is going to be up top, and that is out of the reach of that Dorman secondary. And incomplete. But one thing you know, anytime you get together these South Carolina programs with that kind of history, that kind of pedigree, and that kind of power, it always seems to come down to that final snap. And boy, that group, having punched all the right buttons in the second half so far offensively on the play calls, having to make the right ball play selections now.
Well, I'll tell you what, Greenville County, too, talk about the Greenville County schools, and this would be a big one for them.
Big lift to do it on the road the way Greenville High did in this rivalry last year. Boughton got a man, but that is intercepted to seal it for Dorman. Cavaliers withstand a second half push to remember, and Deshaun Robinson does this time corral it. As Dorman is going to hang on 42-35, it would seem, to open 2024 in remarkable fashion.
Yeah, good read on that. You called it. He had a man open up the sideline there, and it hung up just a bit and broke on that ball like he's thought, and he did what he needed to do to get out.
The Dorman Cavaliers do have their stand defensively when it matters most, and barring something, and you always have to say that because we've seen stranger things in this sport, in these locations over the years. But if Dorman can simply take a knee here, the Cavaliers are going to be off to a 1-0 start and have a brand new memory in a brand new season. Backing up and taking a knee. So much good work done tonight by Bryce O'Neal, as well as McCorian Anderson, his sophomore compliment at the quarterback position. And the Dorman Cavaliers, with a team effort, will celebrate a 42-35 victory in which they led 34-7, but then had to come from behind to win it in the closing stages of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, got down 35-34. Remarkable performance by Greenville, the Red Raiders, to give themselves an opportunity, but it was a resilient bunch by Dorman. Both teams made a lot of mistakes, but they able to get the one drive they needed to and won the ballgame.
Two teams that meet unranked to start 2024. Two teams that may very well end ranked when all is said and done with a classic. Well, those places where it's still all about the love of the game and community pride and county line rivalry. Both these teams leaving it all on the field tonight. Greenville, Dorman, both you would expect set up for tremendous seasons. And this is one that served as the start, which they will likely still be talking about at the end of the 2024 campaign. Dorman, for those of you just finding us, led it 34-7, but had to come from behind to win it 42-35 because Greenville's so strong in the second half that they took a 35-34 lead with just a few minutes remaining in this ball game. But the home-standing Cavaliers reached deep down, and they found a way. Are you ready for it, Tom? They found a way to, what did he talk about all week?
To finish.
To finish.
14 plays, 80 yards, 5:55, I believe it was. Just a remarkable drive.
Second-year head coach Jake Morris, when he received that phone call in the morning, you know, it's no longer laundry Friday mornings with Coach Gutschall in those conversations. But when he gets the phone call tomorrow morning to recap this one, there'll be plenty of positives to talk about. I'm sure plenty to clean up. They're coaches, right?
Yeah.
But plenty to smile about here at Dorman High School as the Cavaliers are off to a 1-0 start in 2024. Your thoughts about what we witnessed here tonight?
It's just remarkable, and there's Means tanking it in there for the touchdown at the end. And
he bookended the day.
He did.
2 early touchdowns, and then, of course, the one that sealed it for Dorman offensively, his as well. 3 touchdowns for Means, perhaps visions of things to come.
Yeah, as many swings and emotions in this game as there were penalties, so a lot of them.
Take a look at the quarterback position. There you see kneeling with his teammates as we speak after good work from Bryce O'Neal. Led this team through the region portion last year. He was there in some of the key moments late. And McCorian Anderson played beyond his years. The sophomore quarterback looked good as well. Hey, Coach Morris told us, I got a pretty good tandem at quarterback, and tonight bore that out.
Made a couple of really key plays in this game. O'Neal was good as well. Turnovers were huge in this game for both teams, and both teams were able to take advantage of it. If you were to try to wrap it up, it would probably take us another hour to do that, all the twists and turns of this game.
No doubt about it. Instead, they're ready for the Bojangles Trophy presentation. Happy second-year head coach of the Cavaliers standing by with Nelson.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Jason. This is the Coach's Corner, brought to you by Carolina Furniture Contest. Well, Coach, first thing is first, congratulations on a spectacular win. You know, I got to ask you, what was it like in the second half of the game for you and the boys?
Tough, but you know what? We talk about it all the time, battling through, never quitting, fight to the end, and they did that. Extremely proud of these guys, and all the credit goes to them. We got in a bad spot, and then we dug ourselves out of it, so proud of them.
Earlier at the half, you and I talked, and you said the strategy in the second half was very simple. You said just finish. You guys did just that. You finished in a very astonishing manner. Let's talk to me now, Coach. I know obviously the Red Raiders, they had that moments where they were trying to stage a major resurgence, but y'all powered on through. You had all the tenacity in the world, and somehow, some way, you emerged victorious here tonight. Talk to me about the tenacity of all your boys, Coach.
I think they just believe in what we're doing. You know, they believe in each other. They believe in what we're doing. They fought to the end, and they got each other's back there.
Now that you secured the dub, Coach, what's going to be the strategy going into Game 2 next week?
Fix our mistakes, and then get ready to move on.
Okay, well, right now, Coach, I want to get this to you. Congratulations to you, Coach. Congratulations to
He wore these colors. He knows the expectations. And he and his group adding one more trophy to the Dorman Trophy case tonight with an impressive opener for 2024. Tom, suffice it to say, we learned that Jay Beauchamp and his staff going to be a great addition to South Carolina. Welcome to the Palmetto State. They fought hard, going to have another tremendous year, no doubt, as one of the powers in South Carolina in recent years will continue to just pass the torch and roll. But this night belongs to Dorman. The Cavaliers giving you a little window into the fact that they may have the horses to try and work their way back on top in Region 2.
And they did what they needed to do. I had an old college coach one time, and he says, I'll take 10-9, go home. You know what? They'll take 42-35 and go home. But I also think that if the Greenville Red Raiders, I mean, you're on the road, it's the first game, you're down 34-7. I mean, you could have tossed a couple towels in. They did not, and they got themselves back into the game, gave themselves a position to win, so it's going to be fun to watch them the rest of the year as well.
Led at 35-34, but Dorman with the last of the trio of touchdowns from one of the great backs in their stable, Nick Means, coming in the final minute of the game, snatching away victory as they, in the end, surge from behind after taking the big-time punch from the Greenville Red Raiders. Well, thanks to everybody who joined us for the opener of Bojangles Friday Night Rivals. Reminder, we'll be with you each Friday this fall. Look forward to having you. For our entire crew working hard for you here at Dorman High School and beyond, including my broadcast partner, Tom Van Hoy, Jason Patterson saying thanks for joining us. Enjoy the football. Hey, it's back. And Dorman is a winner at home, 42-35 over Greenville.